に行くんですか？
Greetings, everybody! Hello and welcome to day 14 in my quest to complete Megadimension Neptunia VII. Once again, I'd like to apologize about the energy level yesterday. I was having an off day, and I'd like to not have that influence my streaming, but, you know, life, it impacts people, so it's gonna happen. Hopefully it's a little better tonight. We started going back through, trying to clean up some quests, explore new places, have some scouts maybe find more scouts, or more hidden treasures, or new dungeons and stuff like that. I'd still really like to find some Evonium. I mean, like, really like to find some Evonium. I still think it's pretty terrible that, you know, here I am at what appears to be like the end of the game, like very nearly the end, and I'm only breaker level 1. And I know there's at least a breaker level 2, and I suspect there's a breaker level 3. You know, I don't like this. I don't like games where it's like all of the side content happens after you beat the game. It's like it's not my style, you know. I like getting distracted and sidetracked by all the side questy stuff, you know. Like, you know, it's like I could go here, or I could spend, you know, 2 hours doing stuff that's not going forward. You know, I like the choice. And given the choice, I usually tend to do the side questy stuff first. As I can. Now some games take it to the extreme, like there's tons of stuff, I think, in like Final Fantasy X that just doesn't even exist and can't be opened up until after you beat the final boss, and it's like, well, then why? I'm just never gonna bother with it. Now it's like once the game's beaten, it's kind of like, well, you know, it's game's beaten. I mean, the side quest stuff. But, you know, that's just me, you know? It's personal preference, obviously. But it's just, it's frustrating, you know? I mean, even at the very beginning of this game, it's like, I swear, in like the first dungeon, it's like, there's treasure over here. You can't get it because you can't break stuff. And then you don't get the ability to break stuff until like way later. And then like as soon as you get the ability to break stuff, you go back, you get those treasures. I think you could still go back at that point. And then it's like the very next dungeon you go into. All of a sudden the game's like, oh, did you think that break stuff meant you could break everything? Nah. Immediately there's more stuff you just can't get to because you don't have breaker level 2. And I still don't have breaker level 2. I need 2 more Evonium. And even if I hadn't, you know, recklessly, you know, silly me, building plans as I got materials, and I have to say that, you know, plans in this game here. Let me go ahead and jump down here. Help me make my point here. You go to development. You look in this list. You see all this. Well, this is a bad example. I don't have much I can build here, but I mean, you see tons of things in here. I mean, they're just items. They're items, and I can't make them. You know, it's like takes herbs and fancy jelly. I've got plenty of herbs. I've apparently never received fancy jelly. I have 0. Never got any. Requires amazing jelly. Never found any. Green gel feeler. Never found one. Water dragon scale. You know, I'm almost able to make that. Sweet. I can make this. I'm gonna make that. Dev complete. Fancy jelly, still never got any. Magical jelly, never gotten any. Worker's melancholy, don't have any. Life fragments I do have. World tree leaf I could get. Slowly. I actually think I got those 3 whilst trying to work my way through Neplunker 0. Which, you know, I was having fun doing. It was nice and challenging. It was a fun little side questy thing to do. The playstyle's a little bit different, you know, so it's interesting and exciting. And then I got to like halfway through the 3rd of 3 areas, you know, under its rules, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, did we forget to mention this dungeon isn't clearable without breaker level? You know, breaker level 1 is insufficient for beating this dungeon. Period. Like, oh, great. Dunskies. Illegal hardware. I've found 0. Ever. Annoying, because I also have a quest that I would love to complete that requires like 20 or 30 of them. I've gotten 0. 0. And I swear, I'm at like the end of the game. All of these plans that require components that I've never seen. And that's true, you know, in places where I've done the research to open up extra things to build. It's true there too. You know, it's just I don't have them. It's just nope. Forget about it. Dunzo. And that's just, it's annoying. It's dumb. I mean, it feels like any system that you don't really get to take advantage of by this late into the game, it's like, why is the system even there? I mean, at this point, I've made it this far without it. Why do I even care anymore, right? And that sort of approach to things really annoys me with the way I play. It's like I feel like I have gained nothing by trying to get in depth with the item development. It annoys me because I mean I've loved the Rebirth series of games. You know, I mean, it gave you just enough stuff. You know, they were gated behind some progression, but I mean, you got, you know, as you got a little bit further, you got a little bit more stuff you could do. As you got a little bit further, there was a little bit more stuff you could do. I mean, you couldn't get some of the final things or some of the super powerful things or some of the ridiculous stuff until way late in the game, but you were at least getting, you know, a good steady supply of things. You know, it was feeling like you were making progress in the side stuff if you were keeping up with the side stuff as you slowly progressed with the story stuff. And in this one, it's just kind of like, I don't know. I mean, it feels like the game is just, you know, flipping me the bird on so much of the side questy stuff that I like. You know, the guild, I have tons of quests that you know, I can't do. Forgot to turn that one in. I did make sure to get that. Yeah, I mean, look at all these quests I have. I know where to get those. It's very slow going. I have 6 of those, so obviously I can figure out where to get those. I did finally get a thick headband. All right. Worker's Melancholy. Hunting Venom Hunters. No? No, that's just a hunt. Now that would show up on the map. If the dungeon had Venom Hunters in it, it'd be like, check this place out. Scout what you want. And of like all the places I've got revealed, game's like, I don't know what a Venom Hunter is. Mecha Soldier, it might know where that is. Although, I thought yesterday I ran through and killed all of the, yeah, see, 30 illegal hardware. 30 illegal RAM, 30 super magical paper. The illegal RAM and the super magical paper I've been able to get since I got the quest, but because I've still yet to find where to get illegal hardware, I haven't bothered farming out the magical paper or the illegal RAM. I'd love to kill this guy so I could finish my quest rank ups and finally get my second flag item, you know, even though it's only Sneaking Eye, which would allow me to see the detection radius, the cone of vision of enemies on the minimap, which I mean is kind of nice, but not super important. It'd be a nice thing, you know, it'd feel like some progress, and that's the final quest rank up quest that involves fighting an enemy that is in my log for some reason, but it says location unknown. But yeah, all these hunts. I haven't found them yet. Scouts have to find them by being deployed to dungeons like this Argo Deus Neo. Most of those hunts that say kill one, it's going to be one of those. It's going to be an extra enemy. And like over here, we've got the Great Big Senpai. And scouts that are scouting in that place, one of the things they can do is find extra enemies, if there are extra enemies to find in that dungeon. But it is, as far as I'm aware, dungeon specific, so it's restricted that way. And there are 3 dimensions for me, 3 different dimensions, not, you know, X, Y, and Z axis, but actual places. Like this is the heart dimension. If I go through here, it's to the 0 dimension, and there's a handful of dungeons over there I have to deploy scouts to, and then from there I can go to the hyper dimension where most of these characters are actually from. And there's a whole bunch of dungeons in there to send scouts to. And unlike the hidden treasures, like this one, you know, it's 1 star. You know when they've found all the hidden treasures. Now, maybe Argo Deus Neo is the only extra enemy that could be found there, but you don't know. There's nothing that tells you that it is. So, I mean, maybe it's the only one there. Maybe it's 1 of 4. Maybe it's, you know, I mean, there's plenty of space in Inner for it to drop a lot of things, although the dungeon section itself is quite small, so it'd be unrealistic for it to drop a whole bunch of enemies in there, but you know, there's anywhere from 0 to probably 3. 0 to 3 more enemies that can be found there. And I don't get to know which it is, and if you want to increase the likelihood of finding them, you have to do, I'm assuming that if you level up your scouts, which requires a resource that right now, as of this point, the only way I could farm it, it would be to get to like level 100, over level 100. And then there's a Coliseum fight I could do for the component. Outside of that, it's just been picked up from one-off treasures in the occasional dungeon. And I'd say probably half of the hidden treasures that I've picked up have been the level up item. But, I mean, I don't even know for sure that leveling them up would influence finding enemies. Let's get my scouts' reports, see what they got. They found some items, and then these guys found some credits. And then what we want on the next screen is for it to show me dungeons. Like that. Found new enemies in channel space. That's good news. They found a new dungeon. That is phenomenal news. Sinmu Labyrinth. Found a scout. Scouts are nice. Negatune. Interesting. I'm Negatune. I'm sorry. And then all of these people found nothing. So what is Negatune's speciality at the moment? Credits down 10%. Nice. But see, the, right where I am, I mean, you can see the last two here, action, E rank, luck, D rank. There's also observation, which in this case is E rank, judgment, which for this one is E rank, and then HP, which is D rank. Now, I don't know for sure why they have stats, because they never actually, especially stats like HP, because they don't fight anything. They don't have an HP value. So my assumption is that these particular stats represent the efficiency or likelihood of that particular scout finding a given result, you know, whether they find items or credits or a clue to a hidden treasure or a new dungeon or a new enemy or another scout, you know, stuff like that. That's my guess as to what that is, but I don't know. But the only way to really... Oh, is that... Oh, it's the Mecha Soldier. Oh well, I mean, that is a quest monster I need to defeat. That's cool. Where's that new dungeon? Oh, it's down there where I can't get to it without going through story. That's okay. But if like you wanted to increase the likelihoods, the probability, I should say, of them finding an enemy, and this is just, you know, on the assumption or off chance that there is an enemy for them to find, you stack lots of scouts into one place, but you only have so many scouts, and they can only be deployed to one place at a time, and they all take 10 minutes per to do their research, and then you have to go back to a town to get their results, and you have to go back to a town in the dimension that they were deployed to. So that involves some running around, and every time you go over one of these nodes, which is the only way to move, you can get into a random fight, typically with enemies that are completely inconsequential, can't hurt you for much, especially at this point in the game with how much I've leveled. They can't hurt you, they are slower than you, they die before they get a turn, and the XP you get from them is very minuscule compared to what you need for levels. So it really just slows you down and annoys me. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm ranting an awful lot, but it's because I love the series, man. I've had a lot of fun with the Neptunia series, you know, Rebirth 1, 2, and 3. And there are so many things I actually like about this particular entry in the system. You know, the scout system is kind of cool. I really, really like that your hidden treasures in the different dungeons are fixed, you know, specific loot. And you know how many of them there are, and you know, when you get it, you have it. Because like in the Rebirth series, your hidden treasures were, you know, their own loot table in a dungeon. And, you know, you'd have to run the dungeon repeatedly until you think you've got all of the important stuff that can potentially come from the hidden treasure. In this one, you get to know for sure. So that's something I like. The there are other things I like. The combo system. The combo system I actually like, you know, because like Nep D drive, right? I mean, you come in here and you're like, well, that's 190 power. You know, it's better than everything else. So why don't you just Nep D drive, Nep D drive, Nep D drive, Nep D drive? But you can't. You know, in the Rebirth series, that's exactly what you would do. You would just find your strongest attack for power and just power through. I mean, if you were going to use power combos, you take the hardest hitting attack, and you know, when you're in combat, your combo looks like whatever that attack is, and you just go blah 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 blah, and you know, it got repetitive and boring. It wasn't interesting to look at. But in this one, you can only use whatever skill, whatever combo attack. You know, if you assign it to something, it's used. You can't repeatedly put it into somewhere, which, you know, gives your attack animations and your combos some variety. Now, granted, you know, there's animation skip, so you don't have to look at any of that stuff, and I do that a lot at the moment because everything I fight, you know, all these random fights and running around trying to do things, a lot of them are, you know, weak, inconsequential enemies, and speeds up time. But it's a nice touch, you know, it's nice that your combo has a combo feel to it, like it's a combination of several attacks instead of just spamming one particular attack repeatedly. So I like that. I also like, you know, it's an interesting concept to have how many and of what type of hits in your combo be tied to your weapon. Also, your weapon changing whether your initial hit is rush or power or standard, and in the different category, in the different weapons, they have, you know, a different attack style, which is interesting. You know, the combo system in the game, I'm enjoying. The scout system, like I said, is kind of interesting. You know, I like that there's, you know, you can see there's quite a few scouts, so you can do some stuff with them. It allows you to do some of the, you know, like drop rate up. You know, you stack it onto the dungeon you're going into if you're farming for a specific item. Now, in the previous titles, there would have just been a plan that just across the board, you know, you turn it on and your drop rate is increased. You don't know by how much, but, you know, it's just a permanent increase as long as you have it turned on. And honestly, why would you ever turn it off? Same with, you know, XP up and credits up and stuff like that. So the scout system is not as simplified necessarily, but I mean it is an interesting, you know, nice little approach. I can see the appeal to it. I mean, it's an okay change. And enemy change, you know, since it got moved to the scouts, means that instead of having a plan for every single dungeon to unlock every single dungeon individually for changing its enemies, you just deploy an enemy change scout to the given dungeon and you can change its enemies that way. So I mean, that's, you know, it's an extra trade-off in the scout system versus the old plan system for a lot of all of this stuff. And, you know, I mean, it's interesting, and your scouts can do, you know, they have the scout effects if they're assigned to a different place, but they also, like I was saying, they can unlock the ability to find hidden treasure in the area, can reveal new enemies, they can find new dungeons, which is important. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that the scouts do that's kind of a nice little change, you know. I mean, I liked the old system and I like the new system too, you know. I mean, they're good alternatives to each other. The party system, you know, it works much the same, so there's not really anything to err or complain about there. Lily ranks, you gain Lily ranks in a much different way. It's for fighting together. Like these four will earn Lily ranks with each other instead of, you know, being based on the pairing here. Also, unless you're actually in the fight, you don't get XP, with the exception of anybody who has learning, which at this point has only been Uzume, which works just like learning from Fairy Fencer F, which is you get XP whether you're in combat or not. Now in Fairy Fencer F, you can get that for everybody, so everybody levels forever until they're 999. You know, so I mean, it's good that way. I like that when you highlight over a dungeon, like you can see all the enemies there next to with the green. Oh, okay. Again, I'm in the way here, but that green mark right there, next to Stallion Squeed means, you know, any enemy with that mark next to it is in that dungeon normally, and it's convenient. The pink one right here, okay, right there, that's the dungeon change symbol, and that tells you, you know, so it shows that whether you've done dungeon change to it or not, so you know which, you know, if there's an enemy in that list that you want to fight, you know that you have to do dungeon change, which is a nice little thing. Now, they don't appear in the Neptunia library enemy info. They don't appear in here until you actually fight them. You know, and attacks tells you how many times you've attacked them. But what I think is really interesting is double crossbox. See, this is what I don't understand. I mean, they're not supposed to show up in here unless you fight them. And this says I've attacked it 0 times, which makes sense because its habitat is also listed as unknown, which means I don't know where to fight it. Now I have a quest to fight one, so I don't know if because I have a quest... Oh, that must be. Okay. So because I have a quest to defeat them, it puts them into the list, but it won't tell you where they are unless you know how to get there. Interesting. Okay. So, you know, I like in the enemy list how you actually get statistical information on them. You get to know what level they are. That's a new change. You get to know how much HP they have. You get a glance at their stats, you know, what the XP award and credit award is. Instead of just knowing what it looks like, sometimes how many of them you killed, but mostly just where it is. And you get a list of what items that can drop, and because stealing is the thing in this game, even though I've used it practically none, you get a list of that as well. And if they have breakable parts, there's a section that says what the parts breaks are. So in this case, the endurance is listed as dash, which I guess means that they break as soon as you touch them. They offer no extra XP or credits or items, so why do they exist? Excellent question. So that's a thing. Huh. I like the challenges. I like the change to the challenges. There's not quite as many of them. Some of them aren't as ridiculous to get, and my personal favorite, and the real reason why I like the change in challenges, is there's no longer a challenge category for running away X number of times. I don't like running away from fights, because I mean, it's like if you can't win it, you shouldn't have got into the fight. It's usually how I play them, so I mean, I accept the death, I reload from my last save spot, and I go back in and do stuff over again. So I don't like running. I don't run away. So I mean, when the game was telling me you must run away X number of times, it was kind of annoying. So I like that they took that out, because I mean, achieving stuff for running away from fights. I mean, on one hand, it sort of makes sense, except for the fact that you need to run away from a lot of fights. Like if you're running away from that many fights, I mean, why are you getting smarter? It's like why do you keep getting into these fights against things that you can't beat? I mean, if you're getting smarter because you know when to run away, why are you not getting smart enough not to get into the fight in the first place? Another huge thing that I like about it is that I have yet to see so far everything's done what you would expect of the challenges, since I mean they are just little things, you know, extra things you can do for, you know, a little boost here or a little boost there. They are every single reward I've seen so far, just stats. Whereas in Rebirth 3, there were some challenges where at certain tiers, it's like you unlocked an ability, or you unlocked a plan, or you unlocked, you know, and it was things like, well, that means I kind of need to go through all of those challenges for every character. They quit being, you know, little extras that, I mean, it'd be nice. I mean, to fully maximize your potential, you'd want to go through and do every single challenge on every single person. But these top 5 require you to be the leader of a party, and they require you to be a leader of a party for quite a lot of time. Distance is a lot of time. Kangaroo Champion is 10,000 jumps in dungeons. That's a lot. Symbol attacks takes forever. Surprise attacks takes forever. That's the symbol attacks. Let's Destroy probably takes a really long time, because I've not even reached level 2 on anybody yet. nobody has been party lead long enough to break 100 objects. You know, if I had a higher breaker level, that probably wouldn't be true, because then all of the things that I can't break, I'd be breaking, and that would speed up the process. But I mean, all of these things go to level 8, so how many things are you going to have to break? We're talking crap tons of things. But I like I said, the challenges are like exclusively stats, so it's a little bit more, it feels a little bit more like it's, you know, a nice little just extra. So I love that. It's nice and simple, but I mean, it's the same. Oh, the X-Drive gauge. That's right. That got changed. That's another thing that I'm super big fan of, the change they made. Because it used to be that your X-Drive gauge was persistent. You know, you would keep it from fight to fight to fight to fight to fight as long as you were inside the dungeon, you know. So, I mean, most of the time, when I was, you know, what I would do when I played, because having your X-Drive up at 4 was amazing, because then you could unleash your X-Drive attacks and lay waste to things. But because the gauge was persistent while you were in a dungeon, it meant that it built up slower, and if you were just fighting little piddly little weak enemies, you weren't going to be getting to fill it up very much. Well, that's another change they made. Things, even if you do enough damage to defeat them, they don't just die as soon as they run out of HP. They die at the end of your combo, whether you choose to end it early and let them die and save using your combo attacks, thus keeping your turn coming up a little bit sooner. Or if you just finish it out because you want to get the hits off, or, you know, various different reasons why you would want to, you can keep doing that, which helps you build the X-Drive gauge if you're trying to. So in the other ones, you know, I would build up the X-Drive gauge while clearing through the trash in a dungeon, so that it would be full when I got to the boss fight, so I could unleash X-Drive attacks. In this title, your X-Drive gauge resets every fight. So it starts at 0 at the beginning of every fight, which means anytime you could use X-Drive bar, there's no reason, I mean, there's not really any reason not to. I mean, unless it's going to take you more time to navigate through the menu to get to an X-Drive attack and then use it than it would to just fight the fight, which is why a lot of times I'll just use my regular combo attacks on the trash enemies at the moment. But I mean, if I was doing like something that I might end up doing later tonight, which is, you know, going into a dungeon and fighting a harder enemy to try and just, you know, grind out XP to get levels. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of talking and I'm not used to that. But if you're, you know, grinding against a tougher enemy, you know, it's great that, I mean, it encourages the use of your X-Drive techniques for 2 reasons. One, the X-Drive gauge is going to reset at the end of the fight anyway, so why not use the X-Drive gauge? And 2, your X-Drive attacks no longer require anything except the X-Drive, so there's no SP cost to them, which means you can spam them forever. It's a free attack, which is just, I like that concept because it encourages you to use these attacks more frequently. So, you know, I mean, it adds to the coolness factor of all the different characters, because you get to see their X-Drive attacks, you know? Instead of, you know, having to go out of your way, it's like, well, I've never seen this character's X-Drive attack because they're not a part of my regular battle party. You know, and it's like, maybe their X-Drive attack is really cool looking, and then you have to go into a dungeon and you have to grind through a bunch of trash until you fill up the X-Drive gauge, and then you can use it to blow up said trash, and then you're like, hey, that was pretty cool looking. But I mean, it takes a lot of time to do that. But since the X-Drive gauge resets every battle in this one, it fills very quickly, because you need to be able to use it. And it only exists for that one fight. So it fills quickly, and, you know, you can use it for your X-Drive attacks. Now, they did change transformations. Transformations now require a bar from the X-Drive gauge instead of 20% of your SP. Now, there are ups and downs to this. The plus side means that you're never gonna, you know, expend all of your SP doing transformations, so you can get away with transforming even against regular enemies without blowing through your SP. So you get to, again, you can be encouraged to spend more time in CPU mode or gold third mode, and I like that change. I change a lot. There's something else I was thinking about that fell into the same category. I was on the topic of SP, X drive, combos, characters, transformations. I mean, there are tons of things about the game that play just like the other titles, and I like those. You know, I like the other titles, and I like it when they do it in this one. There's plenty of things that I like. There are changes they've made that I think are great, but there are just a handful of things they decided to do that aggravate me so much that, I mean, yesterday I was just at the point where I'm like, well, forget doing any side quest stuff. Forget doing this. Forget worrying about this. Forget everything. And I was just gonna... It's like follow the red exclamation mark and just get to the end of the game, beat it, and put it away. I mean, I was that fed up with some of the changes, and this movement system, the world map change from, instead of just, you know, pick from your list where you want to go and then enter the dungeon. You know, since they moved away from that, this new movement system, it literally is just wasting time. It makes movement slower, and it's so amusing that the description behind the thing, the in-game lore on it, is that these are hyper transportation tracks. They're supposed to speed up travel throughout the land, whereas in fact, compared to the other titles, moving between dungeons or between towns or to different areas is so much slower. I mean, on this map it doesn't look so bad, but I mean, if I go, you know, even in the zero dimension, it's not that bad. And then you go to the hyper dimension and it's crazy. But I mean, if I wanted to go from here to this dungeon, just that's this path all through here. And remember, all of those blue dots, I can get into a random fight. All the way up here. All the way up here to that. And my character will physically go through that. Now, you can hold down left trigger so that you can move the cursor a little bit faster. And if you hold down left trigger while you're moving, you'll move through the path at a good pace. But every single time you get stopped by a random encounter, when you come back out of the random encounter, which I don't know if it's just me or if it's because I'm the, you know, I don't know if it's really a thing, but it feels like, because every time I'm exiting the fight, it'll be frozen on the coming out of fight screen for what feels like a couple of seconds as it's loading back in the map and setting you out on your right place and all of that stuff. It feels like the fights on the world map take longer to come out of than fights in dungeons. I don't know if that's just because I hate this movement system and I want another thing to complain about it. So, you know, take that as it is. But every time you get into a fight, when you come back out of it, you'll be on whatever space you were on when the fight stopped you, and the game forgets where you're trying to get to. So you have to, every time you get into a fight, you know, like let's say I started here, I got to here before I got in a fight, and then I'd have to come over here again and say, go to this dungeon, and then I'd start moving down, and it's like, oh, you got into a fight, and then after that I have to come back up here and say, go to this dungeon, you know, and then maybe I get lucky and I make it all the way to here, and then I get into a fight, and then when I come out I have to come back up here and say, go to this dungeon, and then, you know, I'll go one space and get into a fight. It happens too much. Gotta come back up here and say, go to this dungeon, and then I'll get to one space away and it's like, oh, I'll get into a fight again, you know. Why go here? You know, even one little, what seems like could have been a somewhat simple change of, you know, when you come out, have a prompt, continue to your previously selected destination, or stop. You know, if for whatever reason you got into that fight and you needed to heal after it, or you needed to reconsider how far you were traveling because maybe, you know, you weren't appropriately leveled for the random encounter, because the random encounters are broken down by, you know, where the path comes from. So the dots over here are more of this difficulty, whereas the dots here are of this dungeon's difficulty, and so on. So I mean, it's possible that you would go, oh, I don't want to keep going this way. So I understand the concept of not forcing you to go that way. Although if you're going to do just one or the other, I think it'd make more sense to... It's like, you said you wanted to go all the way over here, so you're going to go all the way over here. Instead of, well, maybe you've changed your mind. And making me reselect my destination 6 times just because I want to go there. But I mean... You know, I mean, if they could have just had it come up with a prompt that, like, defaults over to continue, would be my preference. But I mean, I could handle hitting over one and accept. You know, it'd be one step towards making this system not making me want to quit playing this game. That was not. That was not brain stopped, reversed to get my thoughts back, saying not. So it was a single not. You know, this movement system is annoying as heck, because I mean, there are plenty of times you need to move distances. Like right now, if I wanted to mess with scouts in here, because I mean, there are still like this dungeon I've found no extra enemies in. I'm sure there's at least one. There's probably 2. So I kind of need to deploy scouts in here. But I mean, scouts are a limited resource, and right now I have them working the heart dimension, so I can't have them working the 0 dimension. I have other scouts. I mean, I could deploy them here for that, but I'd have to be going back and forth between towns, like I said, because you can only manage the scouts in the dimension you're in from the dimension that the town you're in is in. So if I wanted to manage scouts here, I'd pop out of this, and the only town here is all the way down here. So I'd have to make this trek. And then go back and forth between that and through this portal in order to manage the scouts simply in the heart dimension and the 0 dimension. If I wanted to manage them in the hyper dimension as well, I'd need to go through this portal, which is also mostly traveling all the way down to that town. And then I would pop out in a place that's a couple of spaces away from a town there. And if I needed to do any of the dungeons in these places, I mean, I have to move out to them. And like I said, these random encounters, I mean, it's like, what does it take here? Like 90,000 XP for Uzume Teneboshi to get a level up, right? To go from 49 to 50, 90,000. And like, maybe some of these random encounters will be like halfway decent, you know, and give you 1,000 XP. It's like, great, if I got into 90 random encounters, I'd get a level up. But like, if you're running around the hyper dimension because you need to go to a dungeon to fight an enemy to farm up items to build plans, or farm up items for turning in a quest, or maybe there's a new extra enemy that's been found in dungeons, because these extra enemies, they're not necessarily bound specifically to the level range of the dungeon. In fact, they're almost always noticeably higher. Like, if you're having trouble beating a twin tomahawk, then if you fought a last soldier, it would just turn you inside out, and you would be dead. Like, no questions asked. And so you'll be running around the hyper dimension to go to these dungeons that your scouts finally found some enemies in that you need to go defeat. And you'd get into 5, 6, or more random encounters getting there, and it's like, you win the fight. Congratulations. Here's your 36 XP. I mean, why? Why does it need to stop you? There's no way you're going to lose the fight, and all it does is waste time. And I swear that's what it was added to do. It's just, the game isn't taking long enough to go through. Let's implement a movement system that that slows them down, but they don't realize that it's there to make the game longer. Like, guess what? The game is long enough on its own. Anybody who doesn't think that it is, is really expecting too much length from a game. Because I mean, if you want to level, you go up somewhere to level. If yeah, 7:42, and I have done basically nothing but complain about this movement system. This world map movement system is so fluffin' dumb. Now, supposedly, like at the very end of the game, or thereabouts, it's possible to obtain, I'm guessing, a flag item that turns off the random fights on the world map. But great. So New Game Plus, and anything that's any game cycle past 1, the movement is just restricted by the fact that you have to get to where you want to go to, select it, and then hold down left trigger while your character's sprite moves along the line. That saves a lot of time because you only have to tell it your destination once. You know, and while you got left trigger and you move around the spaces fairly quickly, you know, so it's not so bad. But that's after you beat the game. Great. Why not have it, you know, compare your level, say, to the level of the thing you're fighting? You know, so that's actually a bad system. It's a bad system. Don't listen to that idea, because it's entirely possible that there are enemies that are unique to these random fights. I'm almost positive that that isn't true. Now, the random fights do have a pool of enemies that they pull from, but I don't think that there are any enemies that are unique to that pool in a world map encounter. So every enemy in the game can be found in some dungeon, somewhere, under some circumstance. I believe. So I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be a problem to have it be like, you out-level it by X% of levels, or so insignificant, will just, it knows better than to pick a fight with you. You know, so if you're running around in the lower level areas, you don't get into the random fights. But I mean, I really don't see why the random fights need to exist in the first place. I mean, in a game where enemy encounters in dungeons and like everywhere you go, enemy encounters are outside of event-specific things, and even then, you have to walk into the event, are completely avoidable if you don't want to deal with the enemy. Why mix and match random encounters with chosen encounters? I've played plenty of RPGs where all encounters are done, you know, random encounter style, and when that is the system of the game, it's fine. But the only random encounters in this game are moving around on the world map, a system which, until this release of the game, was instantaneous travel. Now it takes a little bit of time to do the traveling, and every time you get into a random fight, your traveling is essentially, you know, your destination is completely thrown out the window, and the game says, well, I'm sorry, I thought maybe you just wanted to stop here. You were done going anywhere. Dumb. But did all the scouts come back while I was making this rant? I'm sure they did. So dumb. A good amount, a reasonable amount of credits. New enemies in EX Neptune. I should send... That's the perfect team to send to this dungeon down here. This way I end up with 30% less XP, 50% increase to share usage, and 20% extra credits. If I were to actually go there right now. But that's 5 scouts worth of searching to find hidden treasure clue, scout, new enemies, money. So what enemy did I reveal over here? Squid Invasion, which I thought I had a quest for. According to that, I do not. But speaking of a quest I do have, another change they made is, it used to be that anytime you hit the world map, you would get full HP and SP, which is no longer true. You only get HP and SP restored at towns, and that's fine. I mean, that is sort of another side effect of this movement system, because since travel was instantaneous in the other one, every time you came up to the world map, you were at every destination at once. I mean, you were in town. Still, something I have to remember sometimes. But that in and of itself, not such a big deal. But I suppose if the random encounters didn't exist, then it would just be a time issue about the fact that your HP and SP only come back in town, because you could always go to the town after you came up, so I don't know. Stun is a type. This is the first time encountering stun in the game. And it's me inflicting it on an enemy, but this is the first time a stun has happened in the game. When you're stunned, it will display the status around the character and on their info at the bottom of the screen. You can use the item Clear Then to heal a stun. This is the first time stun has occurred ever in the game. Ever. Ever. And once that Lily rank screen goes away, I am 69 hours and 20 minutes in. Taken over 69 hours for anything to get stunned. Talk about a super common status effect. Man, watch out. Now I will say that I like the new characters. I mean, S. Shaw is perfect. C. Shaw's personality is hilarious. Big Nep is amusing for the most part. Uzume Teneboshi is a lot of fun. I mean, she has like combined characteristics of some of the other characters. I mean, it's super awesome when she goes into daydream mode. Umio, my fish bro, dropping that fish pun just recently was hilarious, was great. Oh, I found the enemy I'm looking for. There, I finally hit him. I'm still really bad at symbol attacks, which means those have not been changed at all. There's just now challenge requirements for some of the dungeon hidden things that require you to not suck at them, which means that it takes me an hour and a half to do any of those. Suck at them. Now when I fight a big thing like this, I don't skip my attack animations so that I can see how I'm doing damage-wise against them, and so I don't accidentally skip them attacking me, so I can see how badly they're hitting me. I like that you have to press and hold for your transformations, especially like that you have to press and hold to come out of your transformation, because that would be something I would accidentally do in the Rebirth series, because I mean, if you touched it, it was a thing. That was mostly caused by another thing that they've completely fixed. Your little menu that I'm completely covering with my camera right here. In the Rebirth series, you would use the bumpers, I think, left and right bump, maybe not both of them, maybe just right bumper, I think, to toggle between two sets of inputs, because you could command, item, bend, On another screen would be your change form and use a skill and, you know, all these things. So there were enough things they wanted that they needed more options to put things in, so they put them onto 2 screens. But it meant that if you forgot which screen you were on, if you were, you know, not necessarily staring at the thing while you were making your decisions, you could accidentally do something by hitting the button input that would do what you're trying to do on the other page while you're not on that page. So 2 of the things I would do most frequently when I was on the wrong page would be take a character out of transformed state, which is never good, because taking yourself out of transformed state ended your turn, I think. That was no good. Or, and my personal favorite here, is I would accidentally run from a fight. Now that was only the case in the arena, because I never turned on run from anywhere as a plan. And I would make it, but I'd switch it back to off. Because I would usually make it once I was done with the game, just so that I could say that I made all the plans. So it was never an issue. I mean, because I wouldn't have been running accidentally to the edge of the map and accidentally hitting the escape button because I was accidentally on the wrong page. But in the dungeon, in the Colosseum, you could always escape from anywhere, and it wasn't escape, it was give up, so there was never a chance for failure. But now, all of the commands are on a single page. Escape is a button that is completely separate from any other button that you use in combat, so you can't, you know, I mean, if you inadvertently escape, it's because you hit a button that you never use in combat except to escape. And then they moved your form change and skills into the command section. So you go into command to get to the subset that does these various things. And if you wanted to turn your form off, you have to press and hold. If you want to turn it on, you have to press and hold. So you know, even if you accidentally highlighted to it and then hit it, it would start to fill the gauge, and then you'd let go and it would reset. And you go, oh, right, that's not what I'm trying to do. So I love that change. That change was brilliant. Those changes, were great. So there are a lot of things I like about this game. But some of the things, like world map movement system, annoys me enough that at times it makes me want to stop playing. But my biggest gripe is with the fact that side quests feel meaningless. Your rewards are insignificant, and there's so much stuff that it feels like so much side content is locked behind stuff that even here I am 69 hours into the game, I still feel like I've done nothing. Like side quest, it feels like, in comparison to the side questy stuff you could do in the other titles, it feels like I've done maybe, I don't know, 10%. And I'm at like the end of the game. I mean, I don't get transforming, I just can't be bothered with. This guy's going down fast enough. I transform as S-Shaw because S-Shaw's amazing. The quests achieved. But seeming like a fight like that is 24,000 XP. Now I do have 30% bonus XP set up here because I've got my scouts, all the ones I have for plus XP, I have them all set here. But I mean, it's like 30,000 XP for one fight, and then I could wait a minute and I could do it again. Like, if I was grinding out XP, that's what I'd do. Fine, I'd find one of the special enemies that's got, you know, a good enough reward, risk-reward ratio. You know, it's like, I don't want to feel like every time I fight it, I'm at risk of dying, because if that's the case, then you have to carry a whole bunch of restoratives to keep healing yourself between things, and you will eventually, unless the level ups just flow in, like, oh, which I mean they are likely to do if you can find the right enemy, and then you'll get to the point where the fight becomes more trivial, as you get to the point where the XP becomes less significant. But you will have to restore yourself between every fight, which extends the 1 minute respawn, because respawn timers don't start until don't count unless you're sitting here in the map. So if you're in a menu healing yourself, that 1 minute's not counting. That is another change they made that I'm not the biggest fan of, but I mean, it's whatever. That the respawn times, instead of being 30 seconds, which was of course super great for farming XP, grinding and stuff like that, it's now 60 seconds. A minute can feel like a really long time when you specifically need a respawn and you have to wait a minute between every fight with it. Okay, I went the long way. I was going to say, I got turned around again. Which is true, but we managed. But I mean, that changes, you know, I mean, it is whatever. There are, you know, for as many times as it's annoying that the respawns are 1 minute, there's times where it's nice that they're 1 minute. You can explore out an area and then still have time to come back through it without the enemies respawning, so you don't have to worry about you know, dodging around them if they're fights you don't care about. Typically because the rewards aren't that impressive. Why you wouldn't care about them. It's why I don't care about a lot of them anyway. Okay. Quest clear. So next quest I would go back to do is farm out magic dart cores. Possibly lost souls. All the meanwhile letting the scouts here do some searching. I'm not a huge fan of the fact that these random simple conversations don't go away just because you've read them, even if they're not saying anything new. But that's just another little personal preference. It's nothing big, but it is something I don't like a whole lot, you know. It's by no means something that's gonna make me stop playing. Alright, so Kay found some money, nobody found items. Those 4 people found nothing, so only 5 people just came back. Ah, the rest are coming here soon. While we wait for the next round of scouts to come back in, because they're coming in soon. Instead of moving back to another dungeon and grinding out drops. I might need to call the scouts back as well. At least all the ones with item drop chance. It would make more sense to put those into the dungeon I'm going to be farming items from. For efficiency. So even if the scouts, you know, have this scouts has returned thing up here, which is another thing that kind of bugs me, is that it announces every single one individually and with a sound effect. And there are plenty of scouts if you're, you know, being efficient about it, which at the moment I'm not, because I have scouts that are not deployed. I mean, this is going to go on for a while, just with scouts coming back, and there are plenty of scouts I don't have. Now, if you're next to the town and you know they're all coming back in that rough amount of, at about the same time, you wait for a couple of those scouts to go by, because it just queues them up, instead of, you know, having them overlap on each other at the exact moment the scouts come back. So after a few of them have gone by, if you come in here, you get your scout reports for all the scouts, even the ones that hasn't quite, you know, gone through the queue out there to make its sound effect for, and you get your stuff. And since you have their stuff, when you go back out, it pulls them out of the queue, so you don't have to listen to it. But if you're not near a town, like let's say you're in a dungeon, just cruising around, then like, when all of your scouts come back, you can just listen to those sound effects and alerts for like 3 minutes while it just lists them all off. But anyway, like I was saying, drop rate. I want you back to you. And you. And you. Okay. So the quest, we want Magic Core Dark. Curious about Lost Soul, because they might be in the same place. Not scouts. Library. Enemy info. What type of enemy were they? They changed up the enemy type classifications for this one compared to the Rebirth series, so it's more annoying, because I mean they're expect to find spirits and stuff off of the ghost category, which no longer exists. So I think it's beast category. I should find something that can drop. Maybe it's not the beast category. Oh, is it a Boyd? Nope. Water beast. Trying to remember what the enemy even looks like in my head. Mechanical? Can't for the life of me remember what the enemy looks like. I know the dungeon it's in. Look at them squeed sunglasses from the Sessagattern. So good. It's not Dogu style. Shouldn't be that. Oh, it's gotta be worm. Worm, right? It's worm or dragon, so it's this one or the last category. I don't know why I say the next one's dragon category, because ancient dragon's in this one. So this is the dragon tier. I don't even know what that last category is then. Well, it's not a dragon. Oh, demon? Demon category? R4 fits into this category? Interesting. Oh, these are the oh, what do they call them? Whatever. They're gonna tell me that okay, Magic Core, Argodeos, in the Jingu Sakura Park. Magic Core Dark, Deprived Domain. Oh, they can also drop regular Magic Cores. Excellent. Lost Soul, was that the thing I was looking for? I think it was. Talking Neplunker style. Although I can get them from Neplunker 0 as well. Okay. Yeah, Lost Souls. Okay, so that's in the Plunker. That's that. This is not where I'm going. I need to go back here. Now here's the fun part. I can't deploy scouts unless I go to town. Now I pulled back those scouts so I could increase the drop rate to make this more efficient. This is the dungeon I need to go to. Town. Now, this is a town, but I don't know that I can deploy scouts from it. Well, before saving, what I'll do is I'll go here, because the route's the same regardless. Alright, I only lost 2 spaces of path directioning. It takes a while to get into the fight. And then I win the fight, I have a regular screen here, collect my money, and then it sits at this. That long to get back out, and then I have to reselect my destination. And I only made it 1 of the 2 spaces, and I'm in another random fight. And as you saw, I was in no danger in the fight. I think Big Nep still needs to work on the challenge that gives her an SP push. Efficiency matters. Alright. Can I deploy scouts from here? I doubt it. Still got into a fight. That's 3 fights in 4 spaces. You don't need it, you don't need it, you might. Almost positive you do. It'll work on efficiency matters. Yeah, look at that, 193 XP. That fight's totally worthwhile. Worth. Nope, not worth at all. Takes forever. But I mean, this is a town. But yeah, the only thing I can do here is converse to nobody, build routes, and shop. So yeah, in order to deploy the scouts to the dungeon that's right outside of the portal I was at, I have to run all the way down here. Scouts, drop rate, drop rate, drop rate, drop rate, drop rate. I think that was drop rate. Drop rate 15. Chica, you so good. Alright, that increases the drop rate 45%. And then I run all the way back up. Oh, they haven't even found any of the hidden treasure criteria up here. That's cool. Yes.
Okay, are you ready? No, 10年早いんだよ。カイバー、これも日頃の行いがいいからだよね。
And then it comes all the way back to where I'm here. I fly myself up. There, I made it. Not bad. Alright, so we're talking Belsifa. Now I wonder if I did a dungeon change, if Bay Maximum would be a better way to farm these. If perhaps it's a more common draw off of Bay Maximum. But anyway, 3rd enemy in up there, or 1st enemy in down here. Now they do take a minute to respawn. Oh, 2nd enemy in down here. I'm so bad at this.
いざ尋常に俺の番だな。10年早くかっこよく決めてやったぜ。
Oh, drop. It's an interesting question about the enemies, the dungeon change. Check that out. At some point, what I need to do is take the time to run through every dungeon, kill one of everything, leave the dungeon, change dungeon, run through, kill one of everything, just to make sure everything gets added to my enemy info. Look up stuff like item drops. Okay, yeah, it's worth investigating the change dungeon option.
Okay, are you ready?
Also worth it to me right now to figure out. Alright, efficiency matters, level 6, 8, 8, 8. Okay, so it is just Big Nep. Try and let Big Nep have at least one combo every fight. Finishes efficiency matters. Again, to make this scout change, I run all the way back down there. Not lucky, didn't get into any fights, but it still took that long to come down here. Scouts, enemy change. Lloyd. Back up. Oh. That might be the most fights I didn't get into. And that amount of ground covered. Look, it missed. Did 0 damage. Oh, but it did inflict a status effect. It's only because I'm not killing it with people that aren't Neptune. It got to inflict a status effect because I was not worried about it at all. That's how important these random fights are. So last keeper guard. Well, right now I want to fight everything. Is there something in the Bay maximum? I fight here. Guard, Orcus, Ifrita, and last keeper. Okay, so they're all in the first area. Excellent. Means I can farm in the first area. See what things drop. Not have to worry about going deeper in order to add them to my enemy list. Big robot. Hey, look, I recovered from that status effect. Didn't do anything to me. Two down, like 37, like 38 to go. I don't know why, man. Her voice is amusing. I like it. I'd hang out with her. The Umio Heaven. Physical defense. Interesting. Not a bad personal skill to have. Efficiency matters level 7. Progress. Way to go, Big Nep. Aw, no more illegal hardware. The real question is, what you got? What you got, man? You got more HP than Neptune can take out in one round.
Let's party! 私は思い出
Oh,
ね
and you go before she
ドイツに
does.
しようか。
So,
よしどうだかっこよかっただろ。
レベルなんて興味ない
S shot.
い
Alright.
つの間にすりむいたんだ。
I mean, realistically, I should have also put all the XP plus in here since I'm going to be in here fighting stuff. But if I stick to only fighting the things that drop what I want, although now that includes a bunch of fights against those guys, we'll deal with that. What's the guy called? Bay Maximum. Magic Cord Dark. Nice. Yep. It's a good place.
よっよっ
I mean, this is why I need to go through and fight all the dungeon change areas. But that means shuffling scouts around to every dungeon. Now, in theory, I wouldn't need to go through every dungeon and fight the regular enemies, except for dungeons I haven't been in, obviously. Because first time I'm in a dungeon, I work my way through it, trying to explore as much of it as I can, and every enemy near me, I fight intentionally, whether I outlevel it or not. Might have drops I need, it might be an enemy I need to kill, and incidental XP eventually adds up. Especially if you're going through a dungeon for the first time, obviously it's probably more level appropriate to you than a lot of these random encounters on roads that I'm going back and forth over while trying to do what limited side content I have access to. Just me. I'm in a better mood tonight, but I'm doing way more ranting. Don't go that way yet. We wanna check on those guys' report, and then pull them back.
出発です。休憩。
Scouts. Cheap clothes. That seems new. Found new enemies in Sendu Labyrinth. Okay. XP up. You coming with us? Do I have an enemy change that's not deployed? Yes. Alright, so XP ups. Okay. For science, save scum time. Save, safety save. Science time. Alright, you have XP up. I would like to level XP up. What does this do? And I know it affects your stats on the right, which I don't even know what they do. What do I do? Do I ever affect your scout effects given? I mean, I'm assuming I will give you a third at some point. But do I actually affect the percentages of your level max already? Whoops. Well, no. Okay, what about like song prints? Have enemy Chang. Ever pick up something bonus to go with that? Do not. Okay. There you have it. System load. So yeah, leveling them up increases their stats on the right. The first time I experimented with it because I wanted to see what happened. I think I tested it on a scout who had no skills. Or it might have been one who only had a negative skill. Remember, it was one or the other of those. I was just doing it because I was curious what the max level for a scout was. Found out it was 5. But he did gain. I think he was one who had only a negative, so he gained a positive to offset his negative at some point while leveling to 5. So I was curious if everybody gained a skill or if it's just specific ones. Kind of silly when scouts show up and they have either no skill or only a negative. But they are scouts, they can do things other than influence. That was me being curious if leveling them up would increase their XP bonus. Doesn't. There's no reason for me to... I want the enemy to change? I already have the enemy changing. I have 2 enemy changes that were left? I'm confused. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. I only have 30% extra XP. Okay, so XP up, drop rate up, enemy change. Perfect. I didn't mean to... Now, I will say that it is kind of unfortunate that the defend button is also a button that is used for your attack combos. But to be fair, if I hit it on accident and cause the next person to defend, that means I was simply mashing for the person before them instead of sticking to their combo, which typically means that I've forgotten how many, what the combo was for the other person. But it is like 92 XP. Fight so worth. Look at all this time that I'm losing. It's It's totally worth it for that 92 XP. At least this one will be like 100 or 200 or something, right? Oh, I was so wrong. It's only 86. So that was worth it even less than the one before it. Alright, but in here the fights will be sort of okay. So I fought them all up on the top, so I'll start on the middle this time. Checking out the fat loots. My drop rate up. $21,000 XP for a super simple fight. I'd say this is gonna work out all right for me for a while. Now it'd work out even better if they would drop the drops I need. Do you have parts to break? Because things that look like you usually do, but you don't. That guy. Oh. You. Oops. Actually hit her a little bit harder than I thought it would. Okay, that hit him a little bit harder than I thought it would. No items at all. This 45% increased drop rate is doing so much good.
一気にぶっ飛ばす。ネプネプしよう。まだまだ
If you're wondering why I'm doing,
日頃の行いがいいからだよね。
making everybody defend so that Big Nep can attack to make work on the challenge called Efficiency Matters. And at each of its different levels, they get increased to their maximum SP. And at level 8, it's 300 increase to your SP, which is what you use to special abilities. Now, I don't use many special abilities, but I mean, an extra 300 is nice, especially for how easy it is to complete this challenge.
スタイリッシュに行こうか。俺の番だな。ネプネプしよう。バイバーイ。勝った勝った勝った。
She's missing her initial hit sometimes. That's why sometimes things aren't dying. That would be the inconsistency. Although she can also miss another hit during her combo because she doesn't have skills that allow me to give her a 5-hit combo where hits 2, 3, 4, and 5 all have combo traits successfully. And combo traits force the attacks to be crits, and crits seem to be 100% incapable of missing.
切り捨て我慢。鳥はやっぱり私じゃなきゃだよね。
Crits are nice. I'm getting no drops. Anybody notice that my 45% increased drop rate has been doing absolutely nothing? I've noticed.
いざ尋常に前で見てる。いざ前で。
Crits don't miss, and then that, I didn't even see a number come up, so maybe that was a miss. 52! Again, I didn't see any items. I wasn't specifically looking, although I should be looking. It is a thing I need drops from. Okay. So, didn't miss. Crit, can't miss. Crit, can't miss. That one, oh, that was a crit. Oh, it's her last one that's not a crit?
Okay, are you ready?
Interesting.
国に帰るんだ。さあ、帰ってご飯にでもしようか。今なら10。
Neptune, aren't you like close to? No. Aren't you close to 50? But the answer to that is no. And challenges is the answer to why I'm jumping all the time. There's a challenge. Challenges are the same for every character. Are character specific, so they have to be done by every character individually. There is a challenge to jump, which you only do in dungeons, 10,000 times. And because it requires you to be the leader in order to jump, you can only be working on one person at a time, and it's 10,000 jumps. 10,000. Thanks for the illegal hardware, though. 10,000 jumps. It's a couple.
Let's party!
This fight is awesome XP, though.
俺の番だな。ネプネプしよう。まだまだ甘かった勝った勝った。
60 metas level 8. Now we can just go back to messing with peeps. ほいっと。
これも作戦でね。悪く思わないでくれよ。ジャックポット。さて、
ジャックポット。
ハギ取りハギ取りっと。
やったぜ。
パーティー。
レベルアップだ。
これアップが。
世界の法則を乱していざ尋常にってね。前だけ見てる。弱者など光は我らと共に。
Yeah, so far, not really working out in my favor. Changing the enemies in the dungeon. Except for the fact that illegal hardware exists. But I mean, as far as my original purpose for coming in here, which was to farm some dark spirits. I've gotten 0 drops.
スタイリッシュに行こう。ジャックポット。私は思い出には
さてドイツにしようか。よしこの勝負俺の勝ちだな。
Level
レベルアッ
6.
プだ。
Big Nep's getting close to a level now. And it's level 50, which is a good one to get. That gives them their final personal skill. They usually also learn a unique, not unique skill, it's their personal skill, a skill. Can learn a combo hit. Combo hit's what I'm hoping she learns. I want to build her a better... Okay, she learned pudding and resist dark, so no new combo hits for her, though. Is there really no way for me to... I would need another power hit. Wait. Oh, right. I was gonna say, why can't I start with the one that says haven't used power, but it's my opening hit that I can't change because it's linked to the weapon as a power hit. If the initial hit, if the weapon's base attack didn't count, then I could have opened with that. Then done this, then done this. Finished with a rush hit. Now, right now, people are using DLC weapons, which contributes to a lot of the extra power they have, but if it's like the other entries, there are going to be, eventually, at like the end tier of stuff, there's going to be weapons that are better. So there might be better weapons out there. I'm hoping, I'm kind of assuming that there's going to be weapons out there that are full variety, whereas this one's missing a slot. I can't use a combo that's assigned to this 5th standard slot because it doesn't exist for this weapon. Now, even if it did exist, I don't think I could build a combo because yeah. It's a bummer that I can't fix her combo up. With that weapon. I mean, if I changed to a different weapon... Like, that one's power. If I switched to that, start on standard, and instead of not having the access to that last standard slot, it doesn't have access to that last rush slot. Sounds great, you know, it's like, why wouldn't I use that? But she loses 200 int in favor of 100 tech. Actually, that's fine. Could switch to not having access to the last power. Gain 100 strength and 200 agility. Beat people with rolled up paper. And that's slash? Done. That's going to change things. Previous attacks with power will never work. Haven't used power will only work once, so I can't use both of those, but that's fine. And previous attack was power, so... First and second, well, second and third are going to be power, or third and fourth are going to be power. What do I need? Do either of these have the ability to combo off from the power hit? All previous attacks were power, so no. Haven't used power. So no. Even still, I cannot make a combo that hits combo trait on every hit. Sorry, that hits combo trait on the second, third, fourth, and fifth hit. Your first hit can never use combo trait because it's assigned based on the weapon, and the weapon's skill always says combo trait none. Still, no way to do that. Well, I guess maybe ending on power I could, because what was the criteria for... That's right, previous attack was power. Okay, so my last two hits could be power, no problem. That would take care of 4 and 5, except for on this particular weapon I don't have a 5 slot, but I'll be switching to a different weapon, which means I have to worry about second and third. Haven't used power. As long as it doesn't start as a power weapon, I could do that. And previous attack was standard. Oh, previous. So yeah, I could put together a good combo if I had access to power in the 5th slot. Period. I had access to power in the 5th slot before. Why didn't I make... Oh, if I have power in the 5th slot and the first one from the weapon isn't power. Both of those have to be true. So that doesn't work. That does. That doesn't. That does. Does. But I'm curious what the stat changes are. Here we go. That doesn't. That certainly doesn't. That doesn't either. Okay, so the one that works was the not history sword Croix, but the light sword version of that, which is pair sword Histoire. Isu-chan. Okay. I can deal with that. Alright, so we have previous attack, did not use combo trait. Previous attack was standard. All previous attacks were power, unfortunately does not work. Haven't used power, check. And then, previous attack was power. There. Her combo is fixed. Had to use a different weapon. Kind of annoying, but the stat trade-off wasn't bad.
Let's party!
So I still want to, you know, have the game tell me sure that I was reading those combos right. And I need to check Uzume's. Combo. So Uzume's fine. Okay, and so she now uses attack as the attack. Combo. Perfect. Okay, so people are set now. I've still received 0 of the item I'm here to farm primarily. Reminding people of that. 45% increased drop rate doesn't mean anything to some people. This enemy seems to be one of those people. Seems to be some people. this seemed like a really good idea right up until the drops never happened.
Are you ready?
But at least those ones are happening occasionally. Need a lot of them, but at least they're happening occasionally.
国に帰るんだ。体を鍛え、心を磨く。地味なよう。
Grinding out the lily ranks is gonna be fun, but if I pay attention to it while I'm working on grinding out levels, it won't be a problem at all. It's an interesting change that it happens from fighting together instead of being paired together. I like it. It makes, you know, to some extent it makes more sense that you get more familiar with the people that you're actually, you know, fighting side by side with in combat. Using combo arts between people also seems to strengthen it faster, or using items on people seems to strengthen it faster. I mean, so there's things that can be done that help even more. Interesting change, and I kind of like it. Fine with the way that worked before, and fine with the way it works now. One of the systems that falls into that category.
Let's party!
Let's party!
国に帰るんだ。さあ、帰ってご飯にでもしようか。今な。
Then I'm gonna finally get one of them to drop the item I'm looking for, and it's gonna be like, you got 6 of them. It's gonna be like, oh, that's why its drop chance is so low. It's gonna drop 1. Drops whenever, but it's all right. These guys have potential to be excellent XP, like this.
Are you ready?
They're certainly worth fighting. That's Shauzume 9. Nice. These guys I'm still on the fence on whether I should even bother with them, but trying to avoid combat that should have been a successful symbol attack. I'm sorry, game. That's true. Since you robbed me, you better give me a drop. And of course, they're the thing I'm actually here to fight, and I can't get any drops from. And I need 6. 6 more than I got? I might need 8 more than I got. I might only have 2, and I think I need 10. So, drop rate? Super bad from that enemy. Another huge change that this game made from any of the Rebirth series is that you can use skills out of combat. You know, like healing skills, which is huge, and I appreciate it greatly. Like I said, there are a ton of things about this game that I like. There are plenty of changes that are either equally as good as they were before, or are a vast improvement from what they were before. Just, you know, in the nitty-gritty, the little details, there are some things that are just they're wrong for me in just the right way that count as a huge negative to me. Frustrates me to no end. Almost as much as it frustrates me that I'm so bad at symbol attacks, man. They do exist! 1 down, 6, 5, 4, 4, 5, 5, 7, 7! There you go, that's the number I'm looking for. I can count too. 7 more to go. How was that not a successful symbol attack? I didn't even see him move, and I was swinging my sword. If a fight started, that should have been because of, whatever. Okay, that one was the most BS I've seen of a failed symbol attack. I've seen a lot that have been close, but I mean they're probably, you know, I give it to the game that I am bad enough at them that, you know, anything that looks like it might have been close can go either way and not be, you know, unfair from the game. But that one didn't even look like the guy was moving, and I was stopped doing this because you can't be moving while doing that. A fight started because I was swinging my sword. The enemy didn't appear to be moving, and yet they're like, oh man, they hit you before your symbol attack hit them. With what? Their eyes? They looked at me funny? Do you have some illegal hardware? My friend. That's okay. Now, if I send some good, you know, like items, like I need items that come from enemies from here, I could deploy scouts here. And this is where I think their stats might matter, because like I said, I'm assuming that influences their likelihood of finding, you know, whatever, or the quantity in which they find whatever here. But the kind of stuff they can find, the items that they can bring back, is, I believe, directly tied to the loot table of the dungeon. So, you know, I would send them here, and the loot they would bring back would be stuff from the drop tables of the enemies in the dungeon. So, since I need stuff from these guys, I could get them from scouts. But I don't really have anything to do whilst running around in the Zero Dimension while waiting for them to find items. Although, that being said, I just remembered that I have not received any scout reports showing me the first hidden treasure in this dungeon. And I'm still holding out hope that I'm gonna like find a hidden treasure that's like 2 Evonium, and I'm gonna be like, thank you game, thank you so hard right now. So hard. Yeah. Because, like, if I get 2 Evonium, like, my world changes. World changes. My outlook and attitude on this, it changes with it. You have no idea how much I would love to go and pick up a treasure and have it be all like, you found 2 Evonium. I'd be like, oh. Ooh, that was a terrible note. I'm gonna stop now. But it would be glorious, because that's exactly how much more stuff I need to make what has to be an improved breaker bracelet. Oh, it could be so good. Illegal hardware. Magic Core Darks. See, like I said, with scouts deployed there, they can bring back items that are available from the dungeon. Found a new enemy in the deprived domain. Ooh. And a clue to a hidden treasure in the deprived domain. Yeah. But no new scouts, and no new dungeons. Although, not finding new dungeons is not surprising, because... Well, I was going to say, because there's not really much of a place to put one, but that's an awkward angle for this path to take if there's not, like, here... And there's way too much space up here by this debris for there not to be something over here. So, like, it's not out of the question that new dungeons might exist. What did they find? Argos des Neo. So, nothing important. 8 salamanders. not in a row, thankfully. So remember how I was saying there was that enemy in there that I'm just kind of like, I'm still, on the fence on whether it's even worth fighting the guy. I did have a quest for him before, to defeat like 8 or 10 of them, but I already did that. Now I have a hidden treasure requirement. So see, scouts, you send them out, they come back. If they, like Deprived Domain over there, it's got those 2 stars. That means that there's 2 hidden treasures here. 2. And they can only find the next the next treasure that hasn't been picked up. So the only one they could have found was that first star. And even though they've already found that first star, I could wait for them to come back 1,000 more times. If I don't go in there, complete the requirements to make that treasure show up and pick it up, they can never find the clue for the second star. Now, whatever the second star's criteria is, even if I know what it is, if it hasn't been revealed, I can't do it to make the treasure appear. So the order is send scouts out, they find the criteria, you learn what the criteria is, you go to the dungeon, you meet that criteria, it spawns the treasure item, and then after it's spawned, it's there until you go to pick it up. And after you pick it up, then that opens up the ability for your scouts to find the next one. So as far as hidden treasure requirements go, defeat Salamander 8 times is me. That's super simple for me, because there's the bane of my existence is I think this dungeon over here still has it, because I don't think I came over here to do it, because it's the bane of my existence. Yeah, here we go. Consecutive symbol attacks without being noticed. Now, the symbol attacks are those things that you've seen me fail at miserably. That's where I get close enough to an enemy to swing my weapon, and I hit them with my weapon before a fight starts. It starts the fight saying symbol attack, and we get the initiative. My entire team gets to go before them, regardless of the difference in our agility, our turn priority, our turn order, attack initiative. A good way to look at that. Now, without being noticed, if you go into an enemy's field of vision, their cone of vision, that thing that I said the sneaking scope allows me to see, like I said, it does have nice little useful functions, being able to see that cone. If you go into that cone of vision, the enemy pops up an exclamation mark over their head and will start moving towards you. If you go into that cone and if that exclamation mark pops up, that breaks your streak, 'cause that's being noticed. Now there are enemies like the bits enemies, the little floating balls, mechanical balls that float around. Their vision detection is 360 degrees. So it's impossible to sneak up on them. It's impossible to get a symbol attack on them without being noticed. So if those are the enemies that are in there, and most of the times when they make consecutive symbol attacks, there's usually some sort of gotcha enemy in there. The bits being the most noticeable one, because it's impossible to sneak up on them because they can see you coming from every direction. There's also little paper airplane flying dudes who, unlike most enemies, their pattern is pick a random direction, move, pause. Pick a random direction, move, pause. So you have that pause moment, that break for you to run in there and smack them to not be noticed and get them with a symbol attack. The paper airplane dudes, they don't stop. They just move, pick a direction, move, pick a direction, move, pick a direction, move. So they're really erratic, and they're constantly moving, and they can turn at any moment, and that turn can be in any direction, which is true of all of the enemies. So if you're a little too far away from an enemy when you go rushing in to hit it during its pause, the random direction it could turn to move could be straight towards you, and then they could see you, and that'll be being noticed, and that breaks your streak. Secondly, if you get into a fight that isn't a symbol attack, like if you walk into their hitbox, because some enemies' collision box is quite a bit bigger than their physical model, so you could inadvertently walk into it. You get into that fight, that's not a symbol attack, breaks the consecutive streak, resets you back down to 0. If you're seen, you're reset back down to 0. If you swing your sword to do a symbol attack and you hit nothing and you miss, you just straight up miss, like maybe you're too far away from them and you swing it, or you're running down a hallway and you're like me and your thumb gets all sorts of dyslexic sometimes, and you go to hit jump to make the jump you need to make, and instead you hit your symbol attack button, so you make a symbol attack. If you swing and miss, if you whiff on a symbol attack, no matter what, that is a break to your consecutive symbol attacks. So you need to not be seen, which means you need to make sure that you're never in their cone of vision, which anytime they're picking a new direction, to my knowledge, there's no restriction to what direction they can look. They can choose any of the 360 degrees to be their next random direction to move to. So if they see you, breaks your streak, which is a problem. If you move too close to them, you hit their collision box, you start the fight, you break your streak. If you are not close enough to them, you swing, you miss, breaks your streak. So I am horrible at symbol attacks. I'm super inconsistent with them. So landing them consecutively without being noticed on purpose is difficult for me. Now this one is 12 times, and that is the highest requirement I've seen so far. I successfully did 10 in a row my first time. The first one of these that came up, I swear, was, make 10 consecutive symbol attacks without being noticed. And I did it in 10 swings. I didn't even know that your count got reset for swinging and missing, because apparently I didn't miss that time, and I flawlessed it the first time through. And then the second one I ran into, I think, was 8 consecutive, and I did that probably in about 280 swings. Bad. Very bad. And the more I focus on it, the more I worry about it, and the more stressed out I get, and then that's when you make mistakes, so it gets even worse. So, consecutive symbol attacks without being noticed, bane of my particular existence, because I am really bad at that mechanic. I am anything but consistent. So, defeating an enemy 8 times with no further restrictions, because a lot of times, well, not a lot of times, but well, actually, yeah, I'll say a lot of times. Most of the time when you get a thing that says defeat blank and a number of times, it's number of times in a row. Now, if you get into a fight and it's not the only type of enemy in the fight, if you kill an enemy that's not them, that breaks your streak. So the in a rows can be kind of annoying, because sometimes it's like you get into a fight, it's 3 of the thing you need and 1 that you don't. You kill the 1 that you don't, and then the 3 that you do, so that you have a streak of 3 going, and then, hope that the next one you get into has enough in it to finish your streak, or that it doesn't include an enemy you don't need. So the inner rows are kind of interesting. The other defeat category I've seen is it'll pick an enemy that's in the dungeon, typically not one that's in the first area, so you have to make it, deeper into the dungeon. And it has to be the first enemy you defeat. So it's one of those situations where if you weren't me, it's not such a big deal, because you would just run in, and if you accidentally ran into an enemy, you'd run away. But actually, no, it's not the first enemy you defeat. I think it says the first enemy you encounter. Since I don't run away from fights, I've never tested it, because I don't run away. But I'm pretty sure it does say first enemy you encounter. So even if you aren't like me, you have to. Once you enter the dungeon, you have to avoid all battles until you get to the enemy type that you need to defeat for the hidden treasure, and then defeat it as the first enemy you defeat and encounter in the dungeon, which is an interesting challenge. But all of these are simple-ish, except for me personally, these consecutive symbol attacks without being noticed, like impossible. So impossible. Now, don't get me wrong. I've done all of the challenges that I've discovered that are consecutive symbol attacks without being attacked, except for that one. But the main reason I haven't done that one is I went into that dungeon once, fought the enemy at the entrance, it killed one person in my party, we beat it, I left. It's tough enemies, which means it's probably really good XP farming if you can stay in there, you know, and survive from fight to fight to fight. So maybe a little later. But until I can, you know, survive, I mean, you have to be able to, even if you are consistently good at symbol attacks and avoiding the vision cone of enemies, and you can do 12 consecutive symbol attacks without being noticed in 12 symbol attacks, that's still 12 fights. And so you need to be able to be good enough to last in the dungeon for 12 fights as well. So that's the primary reason why that one's still not done. The other reason being that, I mean, I haven't been back to it for a little while, so maybe my levels are better suited to going in there now. Maybe they're not. But that was the main reason why I didn't stay into that dungeon, and, you know, till, you know, 3 hours later, I finished getting my 12 consecutive symbol attacks without being noticed. But right now I'm avoiding it because it's the bane of my existence. I have enough money now. I may as well upgrade these energy bracelets to silver bracelets, even though it is literally only 8 points of vitality. But upgrades are upgrades. It is kind of annoying that you can't use the triggers, sorry, the bumpers here to switch between characters and just get all of the equipment for all of your characters and then settle up all at once. I'm actually not entirely sure why you can't, because like every other screen in the shop, you know, I can cycle through my people to see what the stat effects are from the thing and all of that. By 10 extra in case I start swapping people around and there aren't new armors by then. Restock my eject buttons. Not that I'm going to run out anytime soon. Did my scouts come back again? No, it's a minute and a half away. Alright. I've needed to use the restroom for like an hour and a half. I should have thought of it before I started my stream, but been holding off for a while. I'm almost out of water too, so I think I'm gonna take my leg stretch, refresh my water, restroom break here a little early. So while those scouts are out, I'm gonna go get more water, stretch my legs, go to the bathroom, and then I'll be back in a few minutes. Anybody who sticks around through all of that, super appreciate it. I love you all. I will be back soon.
どこに行くんですか？向こうに見えるのは何だろう？どこに行くんですか？どこに行くんですか？どこに行くんですか？世界って広いんだな。とどこに行くんですか？世界って広いんだな。ど 行くんですか？ 向こうに見えるのは何だろう。
Okay, sorry about that. I try to make those breaks short, but always seems to be about 4 or 5 minutes. But back. And I'm sure the scouts all came back while I was gone. Let's check on their progress. I had a crazy thought while I was out. They found no items. They found no items. Found a new enemy. They found no items. That is impressive. Anyway, what I'm going to do... Oh, what is this? Cannot report in as they're in a different dimension. Okay, that's fine. They don't have to report in to get a level up, right? I don't know. Anyway, my plan. Crazy plan here. Probably entirely unnecessary. But what I'm going to do is any scout that's level 1, I want to get it to level 2. So I'm going to spend 1 of my precious energy mates on each scout, only level 1. I'm totally afraid that that's going to mean that I'll run out of energy mates and I'll still have level 1. So let me count these real quick. That would be 23 of them. 1. There'd be every scout to level 2 except 1. All currently present scouts. Currently discovered scouts, I guess, is what I should be saying. Well, was an idea. I mean, I could still do it. I mean, it's only 1 scout that wouldn't be level 2, but how do I pick that unlucky victim winner selection? Right, you've got 2 E's. So far, you're fired. 3 E's. Negatoon. Man. 4 E's. Kabuki. Mamma Mia, I have to admit it's a thing. So, that's the thing. I can't not do them. Mr. Akai. Even though you have a good scout effect, and that means that you're actually out there in the field. Hold up. You're already level 2, and you're still ranky at everything? Okay, that's easy. Well, I'm just gonna not level Kabuki. Can do that. Alright. Level 2. Level 2. Level 2. D triple E D. HP became C, action became D. D, progress. Sorry, Kabuki. You know what? Home security is a lazy bastard. Kabuki, you get a level. Okay, good. So they can't get level ups even if they're deployed and I can't bring them back. Perfect. It's fine. Don't know why it has to tell me that cannot report in is there in a different dimension from the level up screen, but that's okay. Oh, I think the level up screen only changes the left side. The right side is still just saying the same thing it always says. That would make sense. We're going to get to the end of this and find out that I miscounted. And I'm going to still be one short, even skipping the one. Of course, all of this won't matter once I get a solid team up to over level 100. Preferably like 150 plus. Because there's a fight in the Coliseum recommended level 110, I think. And one of your rewards from that is 10 energy mates. So then I'll just farm that up and then get all of my scouts to level 5. And they're like, done skis, bro. Okay, I'm almost out of energy mates. Alright. Of the scouts I have, home security lazy bastard is level 1. Everyone else is level 2 now. So what new enemy did they find? Mecha soldier, of course. Nothing super important. I need to defeat salamanders. Salamanders? Salamanders. Salam and ERs. These guys give me the illegal hardware I need tons of. These guys give solid XP because they come in potential groups of up to 4. Easy to beat. That's shot Uzume Teneboshi 10. These guys gave me new hardware I need.
Okay, are you ready?
I know it may not look like it, but they do. This guy gives the thing I really need, because it's what I originally came here for. So far, in all of my fighting in here, I have received 1. Even with a 45% increased drop rate, I'd say I'm getting like 1 in 10 best.
Let's party!
Party! These guys. Really fast, apparently.
Okay, are you ready?
But need them to reveal the secret treasure. The first hidden treasure. 1 down, 7 to go. I can count.
フルボ
But
ッコ
only
にしてやるぜ
sometimes.
OK? Are you ready? 大当たりださあ帰ってご飯にでもしようか今
I'm talking so much. I'm losing my voice.
よしみんな標本だ
ジャックポット私は思い出にはならない私は光は我らと共に
Correct me if I'm wrong, but so far the only thing that's bothered to drop anything are the guys that I'm only fighting for XP. They know what's up.
ジャンプよっほいっとほい
Wait,
世界の法則を乱してスタイリッシュに行こうか KO さあ帰ってご飯にでもしようか今
I don't even know what those guys can drop. The salamanders?
これも作戦でね
Probably gonna find out it's some super awesome thing that I
に
need.
帰るんださあ帰ってご飯にでもし
But
よう
oh
か
yeah, they drop you bones.
今ならいつの間にこんな傷が
Salamanders aren't dragon types? Excuse me? There it is. I really wish that the page up, page down was actually a full page up and a full page down. Since it only goes 6 at a time, it's like I'm constantly trying to find. It's like, where's the part that I haven't looked at yet? Oh, they drop Fire Beast's skin and Land Beast's skin. I have no idea if I need any of that.
よしいただき
I don't know if they've ever dropped any.
KO 体を鍛え心を磨くレベルアップだ
Could totally use 2 more Evonium.
油断したな
So fingers crossed for some hidden treasure Evonium.
ジャックポットさてハギ取りハギ取り
That would be the bestest. That'd be the greatestest ever.
ワラビーのようにどう
So I think I just cleared everything on this floor and got no illegal hardwares, no
ワラビーのように
spirit, dark.
ジャンプワラビーのようにどうよっど
Only got 2 of my 8 salamander kills, so
うワラビーのよう
you
に
know,
ジャンプ
rocking out here with this increased drop
全
rate.
然必勝
OK
一気に
国に帰るんだなこれが私の物語だ
フルボッコにしてやるぜ
レッツパーティー
Let's party!
のがきはいいスミット私たちは未来へと生きる
Oh, snoot.
こういういざ尋常にってねジャックポット体を鍛え心を磨く
強くなってるよ私
But like I said, the XP here is not so bad, so I mean, levels is good.
一気に行くぞスタイリッシュに行こう
But if I can get a solid team up to level, if I can get a solid team up to like level 150 plus,
ワラビーのようにどう
then I can have some serious fun doing some stuff with the scouts. Leveling may or may not affect anything. So I still don't know for sure what their levels impact. I'm thinking it might affect things like quantity, and that their stats might. I'm still kind of assuming that their stats affect likelihood of finding different categories of things.
フルボッコにしてやるぜ
スタイリ
That being said, I do believe that a select few level 5s. Hey, Fire Beasts. Not new, so I have gotten it before. A select few level 5 scouts is better, probably better at getting stuff than a whole bunch of level 2s. But it's also a lot harder to get level 5s. And I could be entirely wrong. The benefits as the levels go up there might be diminished returns. But I don't know. How is everybody's Lily ranks coming along? I mean, I've got to get the goddesses back. I think once I have them, I'll have everybody. And then worrying about things like getting everyone's Lily rank to everybody to 10 could like become a thing. And I'm kind of assuming that I get them back before I beat the game, but at the same time, maybe I don't. But I think I do. Because when they went away this time, the game says, while the CPUs are away, investment in the cities is temporarily suspended. And temporary sounds like they're kind of implying that it comes back, and it comes back, and have them. So, like a part of me says, it's like, well, then just go forward until you get the goddesses.
Okay, are you ready?
Okay. Are you ready? Oh, Fisha. Drowning in blood plates, man. Unfortunately, I need those at least. Neptunia made a 9. Rest.
いい感じの素材を持ってそうだ。いざ尋常にってね。ジャックポット。さて、剥ぎ取り剥ぎ取りと。
今なら回復。
Not bad. This. Salamander's going to be a thing that looks exactly like the guy that I thought was Salamander, but is only fightable in here if I take change enemies off. And watch, I'm gonna take change enemies off, and I'm gonna be getting these dark spirits that I've been trying to farm so much faster. It's gonna be sick. Yep. Yep, I'm fighting Ifritas, not Salamanders, because of dungeon change. I'm a genius at wasting time. But hey, the experience was good. Experience was fantabulous. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, are you ready? 覚悟を決めろ。弱者など私たちは未来へと生きる。
出発です。準備はしっかりしないとね。
Beautiful, that. So much better. Okay, this means that I'm completely wrong that level has nothing to do with why some people come back with 1400 and others come back with 700. Now, that might be wrong. That might be inaccurate to say. It might not be tied directly to level. It might be tied directly to what rank of a stat, the stat rank they have. So, leveling can still improve these. Possibly. But, dungeon change person. You. Come on back now, you hear? So yeah, I'm up to 9 of 30. That's pretty good. I still need to track down 8 more illegal rams and 2 more super magical papers. That ain't so bad. Gigavator. Wait, what? I thought I had dungeons that Gigavator were in. Same with heavy armor. Now, Gundam I don't think I've ever found, or Camouflage S. I still haven't found where Venom Hunters come from. But I have to fight 10 of them, which means that they're just a standard enemy in a dungeon. Which means I haven't found their dungeon. I don't know what drops Workers' Melancholy. Thick Headband I've gotten from Scouts somewhere. So, obviously it's available. Lost Souls. I found... that's right, that's Ghosts in the Plunkers. And then Magic Core Dark. So yeah, I'm up to 4. I need 10. So I need 6 more of these. But... with the Lost Souls, while I'm still thinking about it, because they drop relatively common-ish. You're in the way. 38 XP is super worth it. Have I mentioned how much I hate this random battle system for world map exploration?
Are you ready?
I think it's so dumb. I think it's really, really dumb. So dumb. I made it to the Plunker 0. Made it to the dungeon. I have to wait so that it doesn't eat my jump. Now this dungeon, it's a fun little side thing. It's got its own set of rules and stuff that was not meant to hit. I meant to hit the one in the back so that S-Shock could take out 2. With a miss, should have taken out 2. Stuff in here is stuff in here is good XP. But it also hits kind of hard. As I was saying, it's got its own set of rules in here. 10% of that would be 1,600. Times 3, 4,800. Making that worth about the same as fighting 4 of the mechs in the other place. This wouldn't be a bad dungeon to farm for XP. Now the downside is the special rule set that applies to this dungeon, because it's got a thing. That bar that's counting down up top is my endurance. If that reaches min, I die. Every time I get into a fight, it drops by a large portion. So, you can't stay in here and farm very much. course they dropped the red lost soul, the one that's not the one I'm looking for. Just say. Also, that fiery bat poop. If I touch that, I die. And you're sent back to the entrance.
Are you ready?
There's that. This steam, if I touch that, I die and get sent back to the beginning. If I fall off a ledge too far, and by too far I mean anything higher than that fall I just made from that ledge to here, I die and go back to the entrance. Now the Neptune icon up there with numbers next to it, you guessed it, those are lives. If that reaches 0, it's game over. Not eject from dungeon, it's straight up game over. Okay, enemies do respawn. I was curious about that. That was me doing that dyslexic thumb thing I was talking about. Where I just jumped instead of symbol attack. Lost soul. Those are what I'm looking for. I mean, rather than waiting a minute for all of them to come back, I guess I could just be exiting. Saving, because I made progress. Just the amount of XP I'm getting is progress, but I did actually manage to get one of my loots. And coming back in to reset enemies.
Okay, are you ready?
Sisha, you got a lot of strength. What's your strength? How? What up? Look at that. 2400. 2400. She's the only one that does enough damage to take out things by herself. Yeah, 200 more strength than Uzume Tenebushi. But her mentality is significantly lower. There are trade-offs, you know. Checks and balances to the systems, man. Checks and frickin' balances.
Okay, are you ready? No drop diamonds, it's disappointing. I don't even know if they can drop them or not, but I mean, may as well fight them. That's another thing that would have been a plan that in the Rebirth series you would have had by now. I would have had some sort of immunity to back attacks. So that I could never be properly surprised. And I would like that. See? That ledge? That ledge is too high. That was me losing a life because it was too high. Now I get to keep everything I had, it just resets my position to the entrance of the dungeon. So me dying was semi-intentional. I didn't think that ledge was going to kill me, but I had no problem with being sent back to the entrance because I was going to go out, reset. More ghosty ghosts. Yeah, lost soul like a mouse. So it's either enough or I need 2 more. Need 2 more.
いざ尋常にってね。国に帰るんだっ
I'm
さ。帰って
fine.
ご飯にで
I'm
もしよう
fine.
か。今なら
I'm not even a little bit upset.
10。よし、いただき。
Like, he got close enough to start the fight, but he didn't get caught in the path of my single attack.
国に帰るんだな。はいい。かかってくる。
獅子奮陣。10年早いんだよ。標本にしちゃうぞ。切りしてごめん。これも日頃の行いがいいからだよね。
Now, there are power-ups in here, like this one of...
この
Super
俺が
speed.
直々に相手してやるぜ。
The double-edged sword. It's
スタイリッシュ
actually
に行こうか。
a little tricky to not run into stuff
見てろ。
moving that fast.
背中を見て。
さて、ドイツにしようか。よし、撃破。どうだ。
So, I mean,
かっこよか
I'm
っただ
super
ろ。
interested about what other flag items there are in this this game,
わらびのように。
but I'm also still super frustrated that like pretty much none of them exist until the end of the game, apparently. Like they're supposed to be helpful perks, I guess, for New Game Plus and future game cycles. Which is a little bit,
わらびのよう
as
に。
I've said, disappointing. Frustrating
これ
for
も
me.
作戦でね。悪く思わないでくれよ。国に帰るんだな。思い出にはなる。
俺が全部終わら
Not
せ
because
る。
I need them to beat the game, because I mean,
10年早くかっこよく
but
決めてやった
because
ぜ。
if they don't come up until like the end of the game, it's like I quit caring about
これぞまさ
concept
に戦
of
場。
doing stuff after beating the game. Which is silly, because I mean it means that they're saving all of the exciting fun stuff to be only doable in Game Cycle 2 and beyond, but it's like, I mean, you're not holding my interest, you're denying me any sort of feeling of progress during the first thing. That makes me a whole lot less interested in doing anything. I can't swing these
つわ
weapons
もの
fast
するこ
enough.
とじゃないね。大当たりだ。さて、剥ぎ取り剥ぎ取りと。
False.
わらびのように。
Oh, right into the bat poop. The fiery bat poops. Poor bats, man. I mean, they got like... They're pooping out all this fiery bat poops, like, on the regular basis. Gotta be horribly uncomfortable.
わらびのように。
世界の法則を乱してやる。レッツパーティー。大当たりだ。さあ、帰ってご飯にでもしようか。今なら10。
Neptunia and Uzumeda, 10. What bamfs? Ghosty ghost with the most most.
スタイリッシュに決めさせてもらうよ。ジャックポット。私は思い出には
俺の番だな。10年早いんだよ。まだまだこれも日頃の行いがいいからだよね。
Yeah, not quite. La 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 la. They changed it enough that it's legally not. That's how the Neptunia series rolls.
よっ。
You're a ghost up here. I totally forgot about you. You're easy enough to get to. Yes, I may have run this dungeon a little bit, but I know my roots.
スタイリッシュに行こうか。ジャックポット。決めろ。
俺が全部終わらせる。10年早いんだよ。標本にする鳥はやっぱり私じゃなきゃだよね。
Ooh. I say, I think I've gotten World Tree Leagues from that before. And I need those for, Okay, yeah, he is behind me. I didn't turn. I see my character facing not the direction I thought I'd turned at the last moment. That's fine.
スタイリッシュに行こうか。
I've gotten World Tree Leagues from breaking those rocks before, and I have quests. Or, no, not a quest. I have an item I could make if I had some more of
獅子
those.
奮陣。
not enough.
気にしてごめん。
スタイリッシュに行こうか。私は思い出にはならないさ。私は光は我らと共に。
That seemed wildly inappropriate, like the part of her jacket below the waist was becoming invisible there.
回復を頼む。
じゃあ行こっか。ジャンプ。ほいっと。先手必勝。
need
一気に
one
レッツ
more lost
体を
soul,
鍛え、心を磨く。地味なようで。
but they're being such stingy bastages with the lost soul droppage.
スタイリッシュに行こうか。KO!
Yeah, that
帰って
rhymed.
ご飯にでもしようか。
やったぜ。レベルアップだ。
I bet
この
I
俺
saw
が
you
直
this
々
time.
に相手してやるぜ。
スタイリッ
They're
シュ
gonna
に
hit
行こ
people.
うか。
That's gonna be annoying. I'm gonna take you down.
はぎ取りはぎ取りっと。
Hagatori, hagatori, do.
よし、また強くなった。
57.
スタイリッシュに決めさせてもらうよ。
It's always a nice feeling when you finally start getting people start hitting level
地
100.
味なようでもわ
It's like, there. I'm officially over-leveled for anything normal in this game. Cause...
よっ。
I don't even remember what the jump requirement is to make that jump anymore. I only had to get over there once to pick up the treasure that was over there. And I was happy when I found out which
回復希望ね。
from where to where wasn't so much off in height that I died. Because that's the trick to that jump. Not only are there all them steam vents and then the poop and bat you gotta avoid and all that stuff, but the ledge you're jumping from and the ledge you're jumping to are uneven, and you're landing on a ledge that's lower than you. And most of the ledge you jump from is too much difference in elevation from the ledge you're landing on. And so from point A to point B, most of the points result in falling to your death.
のがきはいい。かかってくる。
Now, I think it's really funny that you can jump. Jump just fine.
よし撃破。かっこよく決めてやったぜ。
Lost soul. Quest complete. I can do this. That much height difference, and I don't fall to my death. But see that height difference? Right there? Like, cuts me off at the knees? That's too much. That would kill you. Walking off that ledge.
わらびーのよ。
But if it's anything that's less than your knees in distance, pull it off
出発です。
sometimes.
さっさと終わらせてご飯でも行こうか。
I don't think she can. Oh, she can get back there, but not back there for that. Also, don't think that S-Shaw can make it over. Can I get this in the right spot? That's perfect.
のがきはいい。かかって。
獅子奮陣。
Now, granted, I could give these enemies
10年早い。
infinite number of
かっこ
attacks
よく決め
on
てや
them.
ったぜ。
I don't think any of them have poison. I was going to say I can give them infinite number of attacks on me, and they could never kill me. But I'll miss, or absolute best, hit me for 0.
出発です。私はIF。
I'm curious. Lily ranks. How many people are at 10 with S-Shaw? Uzume from the party, Neptune from the party, C-Shaw from the party, but not No, never mind. That is the party, because the other person is S Sha. Also K Sha, but not quite B Sha. But he has to get to Lily rank 10 with 20 people. Ugh. Alright, math lesson, everybody. 21 characters. How many combinations of 2 are there? The first person has 20, the second has 19, and so on and so forth until you get to the 20th person who has 1. So the first person has 20, 20th person has 1. That's 1 plus 20 is 21. The difference in there is 20 count, but we're gonna cut it in half because we're pairing everybody, you know, and we're attacking it from both sides. So 21 times 10, so it's, I think, 210 pairings. 210 unique pairings. Now the order doesn't matter. You know, S Sha paired with Uzume is the same as Uzume paired with S Sha, so I mean every pairing is 2 people working at a time. But yeah, I think it's 210 pairings to work on. Eventually, in the long run, overall. To get... Oh no, there's 4 more people. Because I don't have the goddesses. How could I forget the main characters? 24 pairings per person. Obviously, there's a lot of overlap as you get through the system, but that means there's 24 for the first, and there's 1 for the 24th. It's 25 characters total. So that's 25. Yeah, 1 plus 24 is 25. Times half of the spread, which is 25, so half of that is 12 and a half. So 25 times 12 and a half. Well, 25 times 12 and a half would be 250 plus 50 is 312 and a half. You can't have 312 and a half combinations. Doing my math wrong. That's right, it's the first person and the 24th person, so it's half of 24, so it's times 12. 25 times 12, which is 300. Okay, so there's 300 unique pairings for the Lily rank system here. That's 300 pairings that need to go from Lily rank 1 to Lily rank 10 over the course of eventually. It's not so bad. Now let me clarify, because that's a lot more Lily ranks than you have to grind out in Neptunia U. But in Neptunia U, you can only work 1 pairing at a time. In this, you work 4 at a time. Well, 6 technically, 6 at a time. Work 6 at a time with 4 people in the party. Yes, 6 at a time. If they're all needing to work with each other. So as they reach 10, then it becomes less than 6 at a time, but it's a drastic change. Hoojanane, oi, oi, yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. You know what that means? They're gonna need like 1 more. So much more illegal hardware, though. That's pretty sweet. Alright, I would like to report painful love memories. My heart's napped up. Oh, I need 3 more still. I need 10? I don't know why I was operating under the assumption I needed 8 all of a sudden. Something I do miss from Rebirth 3, I've mentioned this before, and what's really funny is when somebody told me about it in Rebirth 3, I'm like, man, that's like cheating. And now, because I was so used to it in Rebirth 3, now I miss it so much. But like I could be here in this quest screen and be like, thick headbands. Do I know where to get those? And then you're like, hit Y, and then it would jump your cursor over to the quest details side, and you could, you know, select the item that's there, or the enemy that's telling you to go hunt down, and it would tell you in a window where you could encounter them. If it was in a dungeon, you knew that it existed. And it would tell you not only the dungeon name that it would be in, but it would tell you whether it needed, you know, if it was a harvestable item, or dropped from an enemy, or from the hidden item pool. And it didn't care, you know, what state the dungeon was currently in, because it would tell you if it was findable in the normal dungeon or dungeon change. I'm still choking on some saliva, and I apologize. It would tell you if it was normal dungeon, dungeon change, or big dungeon change. Let me get some water. So, you know, if it was something that you could look up in your Neptunia and see what it was, it would just, you know, collate that, not collate, do the lookup for you and tell you exactly where it was, assuming you had access to it, or the dungeon that it was in. Not necessarily have access to the state of the dungeon it needs to be in. Like, there were plenty of times where it's like, you get it in this dungeon, you just have to give it the big dungeon change, and it's like, but I don't even have the plan, let alone the materials for the plan to make that big dungeon change. It's like, I don't care, you've been in the dungeon, so I'm telling you now, big dungeon change, look forward to it. And like I said, when that was first pointed out to me, I'm like, that's so cheaty. And now I really wish that this game did. It's like thick headband. I've gotten 2. I think I got them from guild, not guild, scouts recovering them. But I mean, that means I had scouts in an area that. Wow, stuck right here, man. Sorry. I was going to be stuck there for a while. I thought I was having trouble talking before because I was talking my voice away, but now this is going to make it impossible. But now it's the old-fashioned way, where you go into enemy info and you bring up the drop tables, and then you go through it. I have to remember what I'm looking for. Game, could you stop lagging out here? I really wish that you could turn off the enemy model, because it rendering sometimes slows things down. And I'm still not entirely sure why they changed the enemy classification system from Hoodlum Mask, Gang Mask, Gang Lord Mask, Boxer Mask, Corrupt Mask. Because I liked the breakdown before. Because, I mean, you had Beast, which is what I guess this represents. You had Avian, which is the flyers. You had Water for your sea creatures. You had Mechanical, robots. You had your Dogu category. You had your Electronics category, because, I mean, it's your nerds and the little screens and stuff like that. But you had a Pixelvator category, so these guys would be separated out. Then you had a Dragons category. Got a person's category and a boss category. I mean, I guess actually for the most part they're all there, except for there's no longer a Pixel Vader category. They've just been added to the digital category. I think there was a stone category. I don't know. I swear the categories are a little bit different now than they were. I guess they're more similar than I was originally giving them credit. What was the thick headband? Thick headband. That was none of the things I just looked at. Yeah. Alright, so it's not a beast. Not of these. Now, see, the problem is I sent them out exploring. Now, that's going against enemies that could be encountered in that dungeon. Now, that's true about dungeons I haven't been in, of which there are 2 now. Well, I mean, I was in the one, but I only fought 1 fight. And until I defeat it, it doesn't show up in this list. So it's entirely possible that they brought back stuff from a dungeon I haven't explored. And the other thing is, if one of the people that was sent with them was a dungeon change, it means that were pulling items from an enemy, potentially, that I've never fought. Now, speaking of that, dungeon change add any unique enemies to this place. Omega Werechu and A Jammer Bit and S Jammer Bit. Holy crumb, that's gonna be interesting. But no. No. Metal Garter. But he exists there. And there. And there. Okay, I guess he's just not in Area 4, but he reappears for Area 4. Okay. So, no. Entrance and inner. Arc Dragon, but Arc Dragon appears in Area 2. And 3, I think it said, right? Yeah. That matters. Okay, so no. Entrance, arena, storage. Oh. Okay, so this is where it starts getting into 3 times. Oh! Oh! This is the one I went into and did 1 fight. Because 3 times without taking damage was going to be hard in a dungeon where I lost a person in the first fight, because taking damage to death is significantly more damage than 0. Okay, so basically all of those enemies plus the dungeon change varieties. Yeah. Alright, well, still checking the other regular dungeons here. So no, that's not a dungeon. Yes, but I fought the last keeper, the guard Orchis, Bay Maximum, and Ifritas already. And that's everybody. Yep, and I fought all of them. So that's fine. So this one plus its change. This one plus its change. Those enemies are not yet in my list. Twin Tomahawk versus Double Mahawk. Those beasts could have been it. Or Nightmare Rabby, High Grand Saurus, Great Saurus, Dream Rabby. This one seems more likely? Question mark. What I'm gonna do is see what my current level does for keeping me alive in here. Because, you know, 3 times without taking damage is pretty solid. And I'm looking for 2 more Evonium. And since this is the only thing I've ever fought in here, for all I know, there's an enemy in here that drops Evonium. Not. For all I know. That's 1 in a row without taking damage. 7,000 XP for a fight that took all 4 of us to do enough damage to him. Oh, that's right. There's even just treasure in here. Dude. Hey, look, I fixed my energy mate problem. I can totally make lazy security dude. I hate when I break parts and I don't get items. It's like, to me, that's what parts break is about. I mean, it's not exclusively about getting items for breaking their parts. Sometimes it opens up weaknesses, sometimes it makes them more vulnerable, sometimes it takes away attacks they can do against you, and it always gives you parts destruction bonus, which gives you extra XP and money. That. But, you know, these game industry chocolates, because I mean, I gotta get all the statues, man. And everybody's all like, dude, I got all the statues, it was super easy. I got to 1 stack of 30, I opened 30 statues, I got the achievement. And I'm like, I've opened 36, and I don't even know how many statues I'm missing. I just know that I'm missing more than 0. I'm missing at least 1. At least. Neptune and Sisha. Okay. Do I risk the dragon? I don't think I risk the dragon. I think I fight me a ponycorn. Hi, ponycorn. Ooh, you also have breakables. You are not as strong as your friend. That should be a hidden treasure reveal. Game industry chocolate. Oh, yeah, yeah. I need like 1 million CPU chips. Chips like potato chips or potato crisps if you're from across the pond. Not chips like microchips or computer chips. Which, you know, I mean, it's a confusing point in a game with these kind of themes. So where did... Oh, right. I haven't explored the dungeon, so I can't just open the map and go, oh, there's where the treasure appeared. Also has what? I'm hitting multiple breakable parts at once? All the breakable parts. Rare metal plates. Metal plates. 19,000 XP. I'm still scared of this dungeon. I don't want to find out how hard things in here can hit. Have scouts found extra enemies in here? Because if they have, I need to make sure I don't run into them. Uzume Teneboshi and Sisha. Lily rank 10. Excellent. Library. Facilitas Information. What, where, dungeon, who am I? No, don't say all. I just want to look at 0 dimension. That'll make it a lot easier to find. I am not there. No, I'm in the reality distortion. Nope, I'm in the Growlinge point. So King Dogu and Last Soldier. Don't run into either of those. How am I going to differentiate Last Soldier from Final Soldier? Theoretically, the answer to that should be he's ginormous. That would mean that you are a regular ass enemy.
Let's party!
A regular ass enemy that can kick my arse. If I mess up a symbol attack. Yeah, Yeah, 17,000 XP for a single Durgan. That's more like what I'm talking about. That makes this guy, like, useless. Oh, this guy has parts breaks, so I can get, like, chocolates off of him. Or not. You know, that's an option too. Alright, so that's a teleporter landing pad. Used with the kind you take out to somewhere. Oh, there's the hidden treasure. Oh, I knew it was gonna happen. The answer to how hard did they hit is about 1,000. More than 1,000. Okay, that was painful. Dang, they are far enough apart. They're not. Wait, excuse me? Neither of them died? That's not so bad. I still would like to not die. And I would really, really like this to be Evonium. And of course it's Energy Mate, because that's like what it always is.
Okay, are you ready?
Parts to break everywhere. Know what? When I say everywhere, I wonder how much everywhere I mean.
Yosh, itadaki. No gaki wa ii. Kakatte koi.
俺が全部終わらせる
Why is this party full of so many enemy separate X drive attacks? Because that's what I really wanted to focus on. Because X drive attacks, I believe, follow the same criteria as combo attacks, which is that they count as far as parts break as attacks from every direction, which means that they always do damage to parts. I accept. Yeah, I got Neptune's just like, and a gun. Chop, 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 chop. And a gun. Oh, that's right. That's right. It's just a regular enemy, so no phase 2. Yeah, that's where you're like, parts destruction bonus. 12 parts. Get an extra 16,000 XP. Plus CPU chips, 2 CPU chips, 4 game industry chocolates. This is the kind of place, I think, where you might want to farm XP. I forgot about the XP bonus from Parts Break, and I wasn't aware that enemies would just have parts on all sorts of sides for funsies.
Yosh, また強くなった。ちょっとすりむいたか。
Right, I still need to make sure I don't accidentally walk into either of those enemies. That one is an example of one of the ones I'm talking about. Can fight the Dargan though. Dargan's good XP.
油断したな。レッツパーリー。脳ガキはいい。
俺の番だな。
かかってくる。
手間をかけさすこの勝負、俺の勝ちだな。
I don't want to touch the Dugu. That's another example of a bad enemy to touch. Bad touch. Bad touch. I'm still disappointed that Omni Slash S-Sha edition is single target.
私は思い出にはならないさ。
俺の番だな。
許されるのか。
よし。
So that should be 3 parts break, right? 'Cause I broke from the front on all 3 of them. Game says it was 9 points. Do they have 3 breakable parts all from the front? Whatever, man. Whatevskis, man. I'll take an extra 12,000 XP. 3 game industry chocolates. Like, this dungeon is so far amazing, except for when things get to hit me back. Then it is terrifying.
よっ。
ちょっとすり抜いたか。
So, game industry chocolates, huh? Can I finish this up? Get that achievement? Repeat. Sorry, duplicate. Got it. Got it. Yep, got it. Got it. Got it. People telling me this wasn't so bad are full of burger. This is horse donger. Yep, got it. Here's my last shot for what I got. Yep, no good. Yeah, there's at least one that I'm missing. I have no idea, because the statues are all very weird things that seem to have like no reference to the game.
前だけ見てろ。背中は守る。
俺の番だな。オラオラオラー。一気に畳み込む。
Ooh, maybe extra attacks don't count as attacks from all the
とって
sides.
おきの夢をくれてやる。ぶっ飛べ
But I mean, I did do research.
ー。手間
I
を
did
か
do
けさせや
testing,
が
I
っ
should
て。
say.
かっこ
Seems
よ
like
く
it
決
cares
め
what
てやった
direction
ぜ
you're facing, not, you know, your relative position to them. So, you can use the targeting of anywhere from your extra attack to get attacks on their backside, their left sides, and whatnot, probably. Specifically targeted. Still hoping for, I mean, there's still a shot at Evonium. You don't know, man. You don't know. Hey.
前だけ見てろ。背中は守る。
Omni Slash. There. I'm attacking your back. Oh, that actually turns me. So much for using that to get sneaky back attacks when you can't get around an enemy.
弱者など興味ない。私たちは未来へと生きる。
Alright, boys and girls.
アイテムゲット。
Those that identify as other.
アイテム。
No Evonium.
擦り傷か。
But I think no, it's not better. How horribly outclassed am I by this Dugu?
今さら疑うものか。スタイリッシュに行こうか。いいじゃん。私はお前を信じる。
From the rear. No breakable parts.
前だけ
I
見
mean,
て
we're
る。
doing okay damage,
背中
sort
を守
of.
る。
That was one health bar, but I mean, this guy has like a billion of them, it looks like. So if he hits for like a K, maybe. If he hits for like 2K, we dead skis. We so dead skis. But I should take this opportunity to transform people as soon as I can. Right, Big Nep can't transform because she's just a human. Anyway, from the side we have no breakables.
さてドイツにしようか。へん
How about from the adorable face? No breakables. No breakables anywhere, man. All right, last shot from this side. Yep, definitely no breakables. 4K. $4K. That's a lot of damage.
まったく世話の焼ける相手だ。くらえ
I'm not actually convinced that this does more damage than my combo.
前だけ見てろ。背中は守る。使わせてもらう。
You were not the one that was hurt.
俺の番だね。
Well, you're hurt now.
邪魔だよ。
Yeah, look at that. 4,700 from my combo. So time will actually heal the people that were hurt.
脳ガキはいい。かかった。使わせて
Now
も
you
らう。
need this.
ネプネプしよう。娘の番だね。
いざ尋常にってね。私は思い出にはならないさ。
来た来た。
Back down.
どうぞ。
Oh, she might die still if she gets hurt again.
ぐるぐるドリーム。
Alright, this guy's got basically 3. No. Yeah, because once this is done, that'll go down. So he's got like 3 health bars left. Nah, I can't risk it.
オッケー。Are you ready? 私は思い出にはならない。
I mean, we would probably kill him if I just went all out on him. I'm going all out on him.
ネプネプしよ
Go big and go
う。ぐ
home.
るぐるドリーム。
Yep. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm not dying or nothing. Oh, did they also get rid of that challenge? Because I'm a fan of that too. I didn't think of that until now. In Rebirth 3 and Fairy Fencer F, for that matter, there was a challenge for ending fights like this, where you know, you took critical damage. You know, but you were alive at the end of the fight, and the fight was a success. No drops. 37,000 XP. That didn't seem worth it at all. Win without battle without taking damage. Pose for victory. Hit enemies. Heal. Damage. Defeat. Switch. Yeah, nice. They did. They got rid of it. Because I mean, it would get to a point, you know, sometimes where, you know, it could be sort of hard to find enemies that would hurt you. And deliberately having to take like over 50% of your max health in damage on each character in each fight could have been a problem. You're not Goose. You're Goose. Is this even the one I just fought? Probably. With his 100,000 HP. You know, I said he had a million health bars, you know, and that represented 100,000 HP. I mean, that makes you understand just how potentially insane it is, how interesting the Trillion God of Destruction might be. I mean, where your objective is honestly to take on a thing with 1 trillion HP. And it takes time, but I mean, it's interesting. Interesting. Oh, hey, interesting. Let's leave the dungeon. I made full swing. Come on.
Let's party.
Cheat all you want. But don't actually cheat all you want, because cheating is bad, okay? Harpy Dargan, I get stabbed in the tail. Do you have Parts Break? You do not. Wait, I can kill a dragon with one person's attack, and that gives me 16,000 XP. Meanwhile, that thing that I do Parts Break to the front on takes 3 people to attack, and with the bonus XP from breaking apart, I only get 7,000. Balance is broken, man. Things don't make any kind of sense. Horsey, I like you because you have parts to break like everywhere. I like kind of want to experiment with that. See, and then Horsey ends up being worth 20,000 XP because, oh really? I only get 4,000 bonus XP for breaking this. Well, yeah. Okay, so the thing I fight on the way in has way more health than like everything else in the dungeon, and is worth the least amount of XP. Rude. But congratulations, Izumi. Party, Lily ranks. Okay, so Neptune is at 10 with Uzume, S-Sha, and C-Sha, so she's done with the party. Uzume, Neptune, C-Sha, done with the party. Neptune, S-Sha, C-Sha, done with the party. Uzume, Neptune, Escha, done with the party. Alright, so this party is all hearts out. If I was, you know, concerned about Lily ranks at the moment.
Let's party! 私は思い出にはならないさ。
Hearts break from the back? No.
俺の番だな。手間をかけ
Bum,
た
bum,
この
bum,
勝
bum,
負
bum,
俺
bum,
の
bum,
勝ちだ
bum,
な。
bum. Alright, well, now I need to go in there and fight a double Mahawk F-Warrior robot, Chocopi Elite, and try my luck with the last soldier. Well, do I want to mess with the extra enemies? Because I mean, if I wanted to mess with the extra enemies, that means I would have to go through here and take them on too. No, right now I'm just worried about extra the change dungeon enemies. Although if I can take out the extra enemies that are in there, no. I mean, I'll try it, but I mean, it's not
この
required.
俺を
It's
相手
not
にしよう
important.
なんていい度胸じゃねえか。 俺の番だな。よし、ゲキラどうだ？かっこよかっただろ？
45 XP. I was waiting for somebody to get a level up off of that. I was gonna laugh so hard. It's like, we were so close! That fight, totally worth it.
怠慢張らせてもらうぜ。
いざ尋常にってね。ジャックポット。私は思い出にはならない。
俺が全部終わらせる。
許されるのか。
よし。かっこよく決めてやったぜ。
I think with that magic core dark, no, never mind. That's right. I still need more. I needed more, but it's progress. Look at them credits. They're delicious. Enemy change. I choose thee. Let's do it. Smoke 11 of 30 on the illegal hardware. Don't mind me. I'm just minding my own business. No, I'm not. Right. The whole reason I left originally was to take out the dungeon change so that I could fight salamanders to actually get that treasure. Oops. That's okay though. I gotta test out these double Mahawks and F-Warrior robots and Chocopi Elite.
私は大丈夫。他の人を見てくれるかい？
That's all about.
そこですね。
And really, I should.
お姉さんと遊んでくれるかい？
I keep going back and forth with the idea of going forward. It's like, how strongly do I believe that I'm actually going to get the goddesses back without ending the game? I don't know if I'm that confident. I'm fairly certain that I get them back, and then it's like one more final push story arc. Take out the final bad guys. Wait, what am I fighting? Oh, final soldiers. Really? There we go. I was about to say, it's like, it's in his foot. It has to be touching. That did like no damage to you, bro. You both final soldiers? Why? Ah, whatever.
Okay, are
Okay.
you ready?
This guy's tough.
大当たりだ。体を鍛え、心を磨く。地味なようでも忘れちゃならない。
レベルアップ
Just wait till I'm level 258. Then we'll see who's stronger. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
油断したか。
Final soldier. So oh, but there were two of them, and I didn't get a symbol attack to go first. I'm like, but I fought them in here already. I don't remember having that much trouble with them.
男女に出発
Are you new? I don't know if you're new.
よし、いた
I'm
だ
gonna
け。
fight you in case you are. You are. You're a double Mahawk.
脳ガキはいい。かかってこれ。
俺の番だな。
You are tough Mahawk.
よし標本にしちゃうぞ 標本にすればよかったかな
Oh, he was paralyzed anyway, but he died. 19,000 XP.
力がみなぎってくるようだ。
Alright, so that was one of the three enemies I need to encounter. That was a double Mahawk. Well, Pony Bro's either new, or he's the same guy that's worth obscene amounts of Unicornia sounds new.
前だけ見てろ。
I'm going to
背中は守
be wrong about it being new, but I'll accept the parts break and XP.
私もねブギアみたいな
Look, you say
妹が欲しい
Unicornia sounds new, but you listed off the three enemies you need to fight, which is why you knew it was double Mahawk. And obviously it's some other stuff. Nightmare Arabi and a Deathclaw. Okay, so wait, that's the wrong dungeon. I was about to say, it's like, that's totally wrong. The double Mahawk, it's an F warrior robot, which is going to be a replacement to the final soldier, which means that the mechanical guy next to me is what I'm looking for. And it's a Chocopi Elite, which is the birds. So I need this guy.
悪いから標本にしちゃうぞ
Okay, are you ready?
No, I'm not ready. Why are there two of you? Not allowed to be two of you.
私は思い出にはならないさ。
さてドイツにしようか来た来た標本にすればよかったかも切り捨てごめんこれも日頃の行いがいいからだよね
Only one game industry chocolate. I'll take the 42,000 XP though. And then Birdie McBirdface should be right over there. It is, and there it is. You're adorable. You got the wings on your back like I should be able to break. But I mean, if you're like your other version, you have triple breakable point, 3-point break from the front. I should accept that as awesome.
私は思い出にはならないさ。
Not even close. Okay. I love that I'm doing no damage with hits that aren't crits. That doesn't worry me at all. It's
Party!
terrifying. That means that I'm way behind them in the level curve.
私は思い出にはならない。
Oh, I
私が
did
全
60
部終わらせる
damage. I don't know what I'm complaining about. I'm the best.
標本にしちゃうぞ りはやっぱり私じゃなきゃだよね。
The XP is certainly not bad.
油断したか。
The danger to self is manageable, which means that currently, the way this is set up right here is sort of ideal for, you know. Yeah, you know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Sort of ideal for setting up an XP grinds location. You know, dump the XP plusers in here and be all like, go to town with your bonus 30% XP. Get to like level 80. Like level 100. Go and tell the enemies are less scary to you.
一気に行くぞ。いざ尋常にってね。前だけ見てろ。背中は守る。弱者など興味ない。
よし、どうだ？かっこよかった
I
だ
broke
ろ。
all 3 of them from the front face, and that counted as 6. So they get double face breakage. I got 1 chocolate and 1 chips. Nom nom nom, all the nom noms. Not to mention 27,000 XP.
フルボッコにしてやるぜ。
レッツパーティー。
Do you have rear breakables? You do not.
覚悟を決めろ。
But you do have sides.
獅子奮陣。
Both sides and a face.
よし、撃破。かっこよく決めてやったぜ。 よし、レベルアップだ。
Nothing at 60s? That pretty much screams we done getting stuff. 60 is a pretty substantial level. I mean, maybe we're not. But I mean, we could be. Dargan. Psst, Dargan.
よし、一気に畳みかけるぞ。
Are you ready? 私は思い出にはならない。
さて、ドイツ
wait a
にしようか。
Why is it that sometimes Sisha just kills things on her turn? And
よし、
other times she's human like the
俺
rest
の
of
勝ち
us.
だな。これぞまさに成長ってやつだ
I
ね。
know I know she solo one-turned a dragon on our way out last time. And I've seen her solo one-hit bats and ghosts and the lurker, bunker,
フルボッコにしてやるぜ。
レッツパーティー。
whatever you want to call it.
覚悟を決めろ。
Oh, there was a reason I wanted to hit from the front. But that's okay.
俺が全部終わらせる。
Okay, well, it's less okay. I didn't expect him to die.
いざ参る。これでね。標本にすればよかったかも。
スタイリッシュに行こうか。前だけ見てろ。背中弱者など光は我らと共に。
2 CPU chips, I'll take them. Not even the 32,000 FP. I mean,
レベルアップだ。
that ain't so bad neither. He shot a 60. Not learning anything. Alright, so, of course, what I'm doing here is what I said I wasn't requiring myself to do. I did say I'd
こ
probably
の俺を
try
相
it
手にしようなんて。いい度胸じゃねえか。
脳ガキはいい。企画
俺の番だな。よし、撃破。かっこよく決めてやったぜ。
out. I hit the wrong button for like every single part of her combo.
すり傷か。
Alright, 7 more chocolates. Got it already. Duplicate. 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 You know, if there wasn't an achievement for getting all of them, at this point I would be like, I mean, maybe I have all of them, but I don't. I've got to be missing at least one. It must be like ultra rare or something, and most people just get it because they're cool, and I'm not. Yeah, like the two people that have commented, you know, when I said it was probably a pain in the ass to get the cards and the statues, and like, nah, I mean, the statues weren't so bad. And at least one person said, you know, I just opened one stack of 30 and got them all. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 29, 30, 35, 39, 45, 8, 50. I've opened 52. So, suck it with that not being difficult nonsense. Alright, so save before we go crazy with the robot. Hey, robot, what's your dealio? You know, maybe I'm worried for no good reason. What if this guy's not as strong as the Dugu? Certainly got parts break options. And much less health than the Dugu.
さて、ドイツにしようか。見せてやるぜ、俺の本気。
Did I break any parts yet? I don't think it did. Yeah, okay, so I'm attacking 2 parts that can break. I've done like 3 bars of health damage to him, and that hasn't been enough to break anything. 4 bars of health damage to him, and I haven't broken anything. This is going to be another one of those enemies where you have to kill, do enough more damage to his parts to break them than you have to do to him. At which point you start questioning why. There's at least one part broke. There's both of them. And then you come in here and you're like, it's not even worth breaking his parts. I mean, if it takes that long to break him, you're not getting any benefit in the fight. I mean, it's not like it's taking less time to kill him, because, I mean, you already 98% killed him by the time the parts broke. You're not mitigating any use of his special attacks, because he only got the 1 turn to attack. And again, by the time you break the stuff off, he's 98% dead, so he's not going to be living much longer after that. The only thing you're doing then is getting the parts destruction bonus. Breaking both of those, I got an extra 2700 XP on an enemy that gives 18,000. Just saying. I think I saw a ponycorn.
Yup.
I don't think I need to transform for the double Maha, but I just know that the one I fought on my way in was kind of a close call on whether it was going to die. But I guess we got some levels in here, so it's probably no longer true.
うっかりしていたよ。
Sure looked like I got my swing off,
尋
but...
常にってね。
Ow!
覚悟を決めろ。
Okay, so this guy's not such a big deal as long as you don't let him get any
ネプ
attacks.
ネプしよ
Look, again, all of a sudden, you know, I don't do that one turn of transforming.
パーリー。
And dude totally even lives through all 4 of us attacking.
KO。さて、剥ぎ取り剥ぎ取りと。
That's fine. I mean, it's fine. We're on our way out.
回復を頼む。
Okay. Some people got a little bit more dead than I thought they did. Still.
う。よっジャンプよっわらびのようにと
Anyway, the idea of what I'm supposed to be focusing on right now is going around. I hope hitting the mic there. The controller didn't make a horrible noise. I'm sorry about that.
前だけ見てろ。背中は守る。
Why is she facing the wrong way? Whatever.
これが。
俺の番
I
だ
wanna get all the enemies into the enemy list. At least the enemies I have access to fighting, so that I can actually see how many of the droppable items I'm missing for quests that I can actually pick up.
いざ入るまだまだこれも日頃の行いがいいからだよね
So, I mean, I guess my next destination should be here to get that treasure. But I also need to go through this dungeon, those 4 enemies, and then do the dungeon change and get the 3 new enemies that opens up.
出発です 捕まえて標本にしようかな
パーリー。
Let's party!
ジャックポット。私は思い出にはならない。ジャック
俺が全部終わらせる
Oh, come on, give me the angle. This whole attack strategy kind of hinged on the angle. Angle of the dangle.
10年早いんだよ
Hit us for something.
聞かないよ
パーリー。
Oh, dude, I think he totally crit Neptune for 0. But he did cause a status
脳書
effect.
きはいい。
俺の番だな
何かしたかい？
Oh, you're very... Okay. I was wasting time so that Neptune had a chance to recover after her attack. I didn't realize he had like 100% shot with his frickin' debilitating status effect. Although I think touching town also clears our statuses. But I didn't make it to town, so I'm still under the influence.
お、いい感じの素材を持ってそうだ。脳書きはいい。かかってくれ。光は我らと共に。
Not that it matters, because those enemies were very weak.
出発です
We're talking like the game starts here. Weak. I mean, to be precise, I'm pretty sure the game starts here. This is your first dungeon. Stuff right here is like ready for you at the beginning of the game.
準備はしっかりしないとね
Scouts, report. Oh, you found another. It's so good. Find another. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, you found some, and that in and of itself is glorious.
皆さんは大丈夫ですか
All right. So
出発です
feels like it was an hour and a half ago that I left from that dungeon to go move one scout so
捕
that
ま
I
えて標
could
本にしようか
ス
な
タイリッシュに
come back and
脳書きはいい。
in a blaze of
か
glory
かってこい。
finally actually get the treasure.
よし撃破どうだ
Reveal the treasure up there. Pick it up. Cool like that. I guess I should actually finally get up here and do that. Alright. So 8 salamanders. Not Ifritas or whatever I was fighting. Not the souped up version. But regular old salamanders.
ワラビーのようによっとジャンプ
I was gonna say that boat's gonna see me.
私のスタイリッシュと行こう
But you
国
know.
に帰るんだ体を鍛え
Once it's not dungeon changed in here, these enemies hit for 0, so I don't even care.
いざ尋常にってね
Hello, Belsifer.
ジャックポット
Would you like to drop
ハギ取りハギ取りと
something useful? Yeah, I didn't think so. You're not a very useful person.
ジャンプ
Man,
ワラビーのように
devil thing.
ワラビーのように
Alright, so anyway. He saw me. Yeah, I outran him. Barely.
焦ったな
Pretty sure my symbol attack should have worked there. But again, enemy does 0 damage. I mean, they're not a threat to me. Alright, 1 down, 7 to go.
弱いなりに頭を使っていざ尋常
Oh,
に
this guy can do damage. I guess maybe I should take him seriously.
ハギ取りハギ取りと
よっジャンプよっジャンプとワラビーのようにジャンプよっと
油断したないざ尋常にってね国に帰るんだ体を
2 down,
鍛え
6 to go.
心を磨く地味なよう
Look at that 1000 XP. I mean, you saw what I was getting in these other places, man. So I mean, all these random fights that give me like 1000 or, you know, 23 XP. See how useful they are. I mean, these random encounters on the world map, they need to exist, don't they?
今なら10杯
They're not just some entirely unnecessary ploy to add time and length to travel, right?
体を鍛え心を
To make the
磨
world
く
feel bigger.
地味なようでも忘れ
I mean, objectively, if you look at it, I mean, the number of dungeons that are in the game, the world's plenty big enough. You don't need to add false distance. There is actually quite a bit of content in these games.
ジャンプとワラビーのようにジャンプとワラビーのようによっとよっとよっワラビーのように
I saw a salamander man, and then I went and stabbed him in the tail. Oh, maybe the foot. Or I just walk into him, you know. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you look like a friend of mine. I guess I was
体を
wrong.
鍛え心を磨く地
3
味な
down, 5 to go. There's still the possibility that one of these guys will be like accidentally drop what I'm looking for.
さてハギ取りハギ取りと
I ain't too worried. I mean, how sad is it that scouts that report back every 10 to 15 minutes
ジャンプ
and give you, you know, random loot that might include not loot, seems to be a faster way of farming, a more efficient, effective method of farming
今
than actually, by the way, 4 down, 4 to go.
スタイリッシュ
More
に決め
effective
させて
method
も
of
らうよ
farming than actually going to the dungeon
国に帰る
and
んだ体を鍛え
selectively targeting the thing that can drop what you
地味な
need.
よっ
Just to be clear, I've still only received the 1 today since farming for it.
ジャンプ
Now, I did spend a lot of time not farming for it,
ジャンプ
but
よっワラビーのように
still.
ワ
I've gotten like 6 from scouts.
ジャンプよっ
That's probably not right. If that's right, I'm at 9.
なんとかなるって
Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, I've gotten 6 from scouts.
ジャンプ
1 from farming myself.
わらびのように
Scouts farming OP.
よしいただき
This is me farming in an area with as
体を
much
鍛え心を磨く
extra increased drop rate as I can muster at the moment. 45% increased drop.
スタイ
I
リッシュ
can't
に
get
決
him
め
to
させて
drop.
もらうよ
5 down, 3 to go.
心を磨く地味なよ
Merp, merp.
わらびのようにジャンプよっわらびのようによっわらびのように
油断したな OK Are you ready? 国に帰るんだ体を鍛え心を磨く地味なようでも
6 down, 2 to go.
油断したね
いざ尋常に KO さて剥ぎ取り剥ぎ取りっと
よっジャンプそうジャンプわらびのようにそうわらびのようにそうジャンプわらびのようにそうわらびのようにジャンプよっわらびのようにジャンプよっそうわらびのようにそうよっそうジャンプ
Super exciting. I might get my new
いざ
mouse
尋常
tomorrow.
にってね
The left mouse button on my mouse has been
体を鍛え心を磨く地味なようでも
very inconsistent.
OK
Let's say
Are you
that.
ready?
It'll double click when it wants to click. It'll not click at all when it doesn't want to click at all. It will decide that you can't click and hold.
国に
It doesn't want you
帰るんだ体を
to.
鍛え心を磨く
And
地味なよう
a
でも
bad left mouse button is kind of a bad button on your mouse to have break. And it's been that way for at least a month, maybe 2.
黒い世界があったね
That is 2 of something. It's just not Evonian.
わらびのようにほいっと
Exciting. I think I should hop through here. Check on the scouts over here.
出発です
I apologize for
準備
that.
はしっかりしないとね
Scouts report. Okay, so the thick headband certainly comes from here. Good to know. Found a clue to hidden treasure in Senmu Labyrinth. Alright. So. This is the dungeon I haven't been to. So it comes from one of those enemies? Oh, well, okay, never mind. There's 5 areas to the Senmu Labyrinth. I guess it comes from a something. Dream of cast. I like that. I really gotta quit having that fall on the mic. So, defeat all deployed enemies. That could be a fun one. What was this one? That's right, there isn't one. This one. Okay.
そこですね一人じゃないってこんなに心強いものなんだな
Let's scope out the difficulty of these 4
ここに
enemies.
行くんだね
尋常にってね。大当たりだ。
私は思い出にはならない。
俺の番だな。10年早くかっこよく決めてやったぜ。強くなってるよ私。
60 is a pretty respectable level to be up to. Still think it's weird that we haven't found a new dungeon in here
ス
for
タ
a
イリッ
while.
シュに行こうか。国に帰るんだな。
見てろ。背中は守る。私
が全部終わらせる。
は思い出にはならないさ。
Yeah, that's right. This is the set.
よし撃破。
Hit.
次へ。リリしてごめん。
いざ尋常にってね。
But I was right. It is better to leave
体を
wheat
鍛え
jellies
心
than
を磨く。
paper
地味なようでも
airplanes.
忘れちゃならない。
There's got to be at least one more dungeon out here, if not two. This space up here is just way too open. You know, there's this little part here, and then the flaming part up here.
ここに行くんだね。
Wow, it's getting later than I
いつ
thought.
の間にすりむいたんだろう。
Okay. I did do the treasure requirement here, right? Yeah, and I picked it up. This one is the fun one.
いつの間にすり
So,
むいたん
we're
だ
going to work on that. Partially because it's the safest way to move through the dungeon. Because I don't know how tough things are. And because I need to get 12 of them in a row. Without being detected. Okay, that broke my streak. That reset me from 0 to 0, so that's not so bad. This is 1.
覚悟を決めろ。
さてドイツに
We're
しよう
doing
か。
not a... I mean, if you look at how much damage it lost being hit by Sisha, the rest of us are doing nothing. He's paralyzed, though. Deal with that, nerd. Oh, and being dead.
日頃の行いがいいからだよね。
Again, all of that work for only 7,000 XP. That's with a broken part.
よし
This
レ
dungeon
ベルア
is
ップだ。
not worth it, XP-wise, based on that enemy. Although that's the same type of enemy as in the other dungeon, that wasn't worth it either. I don't know why that particular type of enemy is all like, look at me, I ain't worth XP. It's rude. Bunny rabbit, though. There's 2 in a row.
よしみんな
スタイリッシュに行こうか。
Oh, jeez.
私は思い出にはならない。
Well,
俺が全部終わらせる。
that might be a problem.
10年早いんだよ。リリしてごめん。やるじゃねえか。ピーピー。
スタイリッシュに行
2,000
こうか。
standard attack?
け
前だけ見てろ。背中は守る。私は思う。
光は
And then, of course, those ones died in a single combo. Just because. That's what I don't get. I mean, they're the same enemy. Means, according to the enemy list, that means they should have the same level. They should be the exact same, have the exact same stats, including HP. And yet, the first set that S. Shah hit with her combo, they got like half killed, and then those last 2 rabbits came up from full health, and in the same single one combo from S. Shah, they both died. How does that work? I don't know, but 30,000 XP ain't so bad.
興味ないね。
こんなの怪我したうちに
But
入
the
らないよ。
damage. Well, actually, damage wasn't so bad either, except for that one 4K hit, because C-Shock cannot take a hit magic-based. And it seems like so many attacks are magic-based just for the funsies of it. Are there... I really need to remember to look at that before I go in. Okay, there are not any special enemies found in here yet. but I'm still trying to focus on undetected hits. Three.
フルボッコにしてやるぜ。
いざ尋常にってね。覚悟を決めろ。私は思い出にはならない。
ドイツにしようか。よし撃破。次。やるじゃねえか。
スタイリッシュに行こうか。私は思い出にはならないさ。私は思い出にはならないさ。
Neptune might not be able to make it over to this one. Oh well. Turn first anyway. But I do love that 30,000 XP. One of these days, man, I'm gonna find one of those. It's gonna have Avonium in it, and I'm just gonna, like, explode like a joygasm all over the place. And then I'm gonna make the thing. It's gonna get me to breaker level 2. And I'm gonna find out that everything I actually need to break is breaker level 3. And then my soul will turn into a singularity and suck the world into a black hole of death and destruction. Please look forward to it. For safety's sake, let's add some damage. Should have done this for S-Shaw as well, but can't do it for Neptune. It worked out. Oh, bunny rabbit. Bonnie rabbit. Mm. Oh, it turned.
Yosh, 一気に畳みかけるぞ。
尋常にってね。国に帰るんだな。私は思い出にはならないさ。
Is that a thing? Do enemies take more damage from not the front?
手間をかけさせやがって。標本にすればこれも日頃の行いがいいからだよね。
Is that really a thing? I mean, it just worked 4 times in a row, but I mean, is it... What? How is that not something the game thinks it should tell you? Excuse me? Well, that broke the streak, because apparently this guy's collision box is outrageous. What happened to all of his hit points? They just kind of everywhere. I guess I shouldn't complain too much, but hi. So apparently attacking you guys from the back is useful. Who knew? I mean, if there were parts to break, I mean, I could see that, you know, attacking through parts might do less damage, but there aren't parts to break on the. I mean, there was on that guy, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. Okay, good. You didn't turn around.
Okay, are you
See if we can break his hand. And his other hand. Someday, man. Some fluffin' day.
フルボッコにしてやるぜ。
スタイリッシュに行こうか。 大当たりだ。さあ帰ってご飯にでもしようか。今だ。
Seriously, how is that not something the game tells you about? And broke my streak because he walked out of... Well, broke my streak because his hitbox is not super ridiculous from directly behind him. But from behind and to the side, if you tried to flank him, then his hitbox is ridiculous. I guess. Alright, so anyway, 1 in a row. Oh, that makes 1 in a row. Of course, his tail is why the hitbox is weird, because his hitbox has to extend that far in every direction because of their ability to turn in random directions. I know, it's silly, right? You have to have an even hitbox. Face slapper! And broke my streak. I believe face slapper is a cure for stun. I think it's a fitting name for a cure for stun. I can't get behind this guy. That should be okay because he can get behind more than one of them. Okay, I did not. I just fat fingered ending my combo over there. I'm glad it was after she hit him for enough damage. I didn't think it was. Seriously, this is a thing. Combos are the basic attacks of battle. The blue area in front of your characters, their attack range, line it up with your enemy and press A to start a combo. After the first attack, you can unleash the combos in the order you set them within the combo menu. Above the combo command, the string of commands used after the first will be displayed. The ones that activate combo traits will display a star icon. Also, when the next combo will activate a trait, the button icon will glow. Oh, that. Not it won't tell you which. When combo traits activate, combos will always hit and will always be critical. Okay, so it does specifically say it increases the accuracy to 100%. I thought that was a side effect of being critical, but I mean it does actually specifically say it in here. If you strategically consider traits while setting combos, you will have more advantages in battle, which is what I do. Yeah. What part of that? Yeah, nothing in there. Is it a defensive thing? Defend will reduce the damage you receive until your next turn. Physical damage is reduced by half, and elemental damage is reduced by 3/4. Interesting. Your next turn will also commence more quickly. If you're not in range to use an attack or a skill, defend and wait until your next turn. Yeah. Basic battle controls. Y to bring up commands. The movement gauge shows how far a character can move. Moving away from your initial position lowers the gauge, and moving closer raises it. When it depletes, you cannot go any further from your initial position. Blue area in front of the character knows their attack range. You can line up with the enemy in this range and press A to execute combo attack. Pressing X will cause your character to guard, thus ending your turn. By pressing Y, you can select commands such as skills or items. Select the command desired and press A to confirm. For some commands, you will need to hold A momentarily. Having a party member attack, defend, or use an item will end their turn and allow the next available member to act. This process will repeat until the battle is over. Lastly, you can skip battle animations by pressing left trigger. Use this when you wish to skip skill animations or enemy voices upon defeat. Yeah. Absolutely nothing in this game has suggested, why don't you try hitting things from behind? everything seems to be taking more damage.
世界の法則
If
を
I
乱
do
し
so.
いざ尋常にってね。前だけ見てろ。背中は守る。これが私の物語だ。
Just saying.
ますますかっこよさに磨きがかかっちまったな。
Oh. Oh. That means I picked up all the treasure in this place. That makes me sad, because that means there was no Evonium. Okay, you silly crack birds.
悪いかは標本にしちゃうぞ。
スタイリッシュに行こうか。
Like here, I'll attack from the front.
覚悟を決めろ。
He has lots of parts to break, so that was a bad example of taking
私たちは
different damage from the
未来
front.
へと生きる。
Also, those parts were not worth effort.
さっさと
Broke my
終わらせてご飯
combo. That should have been the furthest out point. Why? Whatever. Get dead.
ジャックポット。体を鍛え、心を磨く。レベルアップだ。
I need to move my 30% XP buff to this place, man.
世界の法則を乱してやる。パーリー。
I want to break this hand because that seems cooler.
覚悟を決めろ。
All right, if S Shaw goes gold form, does she do as much damage as C Shaw? Yeah.
私たちは
Parts break on both sides. That dude didn't need arms. Arms overrated. Broke my streak again. These fucking birds, man. These fucking birds.
レッツパーリー。
And my fluffing ignorance or something. I don't
ジャ
know,
ッ
man.
クポット。体を鍛え、心を磨く。地味なようでも忘れちゃならない。
But hey, the experience is phenomenal. So, I mean, me spending the rest of tonight's stream and like 3 or 4 hours tomorrow
Okay.
night trying
Are
to
you
get this
ready?
one achievement, not achievement, challenge complete,
国に帰るんだな。
not a problem.
背中は守る。私は思い出にはなら
ド
ない。
イツにしようか。いざ
See? They didn't die.
待ってね。
From the back, they would have.
気にしてごめん。これも日頃の行いがいいからだよね。
レベルアップだ。
ワラビーのように。悪いかは標本にしちゃうぞ。
I think first and foremost, what I need to do is not count.
脳ガキはいい。
See that? See that?
かかってこい。
Almost died.
私はこれが私の物語だ。
From the back. I mean, I get it. I mean, it makes sense, but at the same time, seems like something they should tell you. Also, seems like something that is not true in the Rebirth saga, Rebirth series. Or I would have run into this same problem in that, where I was wondering why some people would get attacks that, you know, would kill something in one cycle by them.
ネプテューヌ参上。
Goodbye combo. These
パーリー。
fluffin' birds, man. They're worse.
前だけ見てろ。
The absolute
背中は
worst.
守る。私たちは未来へと生きる。
too far away or I'm not close enough. Actually,
Are you ready?
to be fair, I don't think I've yet been
国に帰るんだったら
labeled as too far away
ご
from
飯に
them.
でもしようか今な
I haven't come up and just whiffed like that on this guy. Which, as a reminder, resets your streak.
前だけ見てろ背中を守る弱者など私たちは
Come on, Estra, get a level. I want to see if one more level is enough for you to start hearts breaking that gang.
この俺が直々に相手してやるぜ。
スタイリッシュに行こうか
I hate you.
覚悟を決めろ私はこれが私の物語だ
強くなってるよ私
I hate you so bad right
割
now.
とマジで回復をお願いできないかな
これも作戦でね悪く思わないでくれよ
This is a lot of rabbits. You know what that
先は
means?
いいかかってこい
俺が全
It
部
means
終わ
that
らせ
this
る。
is a ton of XP.
よし、撃破。
しよう
すげえ。
As you can see, a 100% success rate.
やるじゃん。
Attacking them from the back.
Are you ready?
Everybody
前
here
だけ
killed
見て
them
ろ
in one
背
combo.
中は守る
Attacking from the front,
獅子奮陣。
dude's like half dead. Attacking from the front,
よし、
dude's
撃破。
barely
かっこ
second
よく
half
決めて
dead.
やったぜ。
I mean, is that actually... I cannot believe that that is actually a thing in the game. If it's true across the board, and the game wouldn't even hint at it, suggest it. That position might matter. That, I mean, obviously with the parts break, game kind of tells you that directionality can be a thing. But that kind of like specifically claims to be about parts, not odd damage. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I guess let me clarify. I mean, I shouldn't be complaining about this. This is a free damage boost, and I just reset my combo. A free damage boost, as long as I can get behind an enemy.
私は思い出にはならない弱者など私たちは未来へと生きる
よし、レベルアップだ。
So I'm trying to think of where the easiest place to spend 12 to 13 minutes hitting the same enemy every time it spawns would be. You know what? I'm actually... It's science time. Safety saves with double extra bonus safety saves because I'm about to do something that I don't like doing. But I'm curious. There's one.
したね
スタイリッシュに行こうこれ以上は無駄だね
よし、一気に畳みかけるぞ。
ー
ああいうれよし逃げるよ一気に行くぞスタイリッシュに行こうかよし逃げるよたまにはこういうのもいいかも
Again, he was
Okay.
turning.
Are you ready?
And my whole argument about their wonky hitbox collision hitbox is that it, you know, has to be because they can turn and they don't want their hitbox to shift into you when they turn. Turning. Whatever.
これ以上は無駄だね。
仕方がない。
This is going to be some really slow science at this rate. I'm that bad at the bird. That even trying to cheese 12 out of him is not working.
これ以上は無駄だね。
フルボッコにしてやるぜ。
スタイリッシュに。よし、逃げるよ。
I really want to get 3. I don't know why. I mean, 2 would be enough to
これ以上は無駄だね。
confirm my theory. I've done that a few times and I've just never bothered.
悪いから標本にしちゃうぞ。
いざ尋常。よし、逃げるよ。
I'm wondering if you could spam off of one guy. Yeah, you can. So if you're okay with increasing your number of times run away from battle, you can symbol attack, run away, wait for the invulnerability point to drop, symbol attack, run away. You do this super fast. Now, ideally, you wouldn't do this in a place where there's 2 enemies, because the other one can see you. And then you're just effed in the A, as they say.
いざ尋常。よし、逃げるよ。油断したな。スタイリッシュに行こうか。これ以上は無駄だね。
油断したね。
スタイリッシュに行こう。よし、逃げるよ。
よし、一気に畳みかけるぞ。
よし、逃げるよ。
I'm really surprised that didn't count as walking into the backside of him there.
これ以上は無駄だね。
悪いから標本
I'm
にしちゃ
pushing
う
my
ぞ。
luck
スタ
with
イ
his
リッ
rear
シュに行こう
hitbox.
か。これ以上は無駄だね。
But I mean, I've whiffed on this guy before, and I don't want to do that
Are you
either.
ready? よし、逃げるよ。
先手必勝。
OK
一気にぶっ
こ
潰
れ以上は無駄だね。
油断したね。
スタイリッシュに行こう。よし、逃げるよ。
Am I really not to 12 yet?
す。よし、一気に畳みか
ス
けるぞ。
タイリッシュに行こう。よし、逃げるよ。 よし、いただき。 前だけ見てろ。私はこれが私の物語だ。
Illegal high tech.
Round 1, fight! Let's party! 国に帰るんだ。体を鍛え、心を磨く。地味な。
ちょっと無理しすぎたみたい。ジャンプ。はあ、やっと出せたよ。
こういう旅も悪くはないな。
I mean, let's. I mean, I don't like that stat. An annoying stat. But. I mean. Dude, I've taken enough jumps in the game over the course of these like 75 hours to complete the jumping challenge for one character once. And that's a super annoying stat, but why do I care about it so much? Let's ponder that. Why do I care about it so much? I mean, am I trying to impress somebody? Single player game? Am I that? What? Do I think it makes me look weak? I mean, let's face it, man. As upset as I am about Battle's escape, shouldn't I be upset about Time's KO? I mean, that's just straight up, oh man, you done died. Bro. You know what? Screw it. You right. Oh, that could be bad. Painful.
Okay, are you ready?
I've had worse.
私は思い出にはならないさ。これが私の物語だ。
Hey, Esther got a level. Is she finally strong enough to parts break that mech? Where am I going without even knowing the way?
よっほいっと
スタイリッシュに決めさせてもらうよ。
Well, I can take out one, which will definitely count as me attacking from the rear. Should be able to get two. Oh, that angle is... I mean, it might be far enough to count as...
さてドイツにしようか。
Yeah, that's not happening.
よし撃破。
次にしちゃうぞ
No, that's like at a 45. That's gonna count as the side. Has to count as this. Or not. You know, I could be full of S
日頃
all
の
over
行
the
いがいいからだよ
place.
ね
Anyway, I was looking for a robot. You're not a robot.
世界の法則を乱して。
So with these levels, do we...
脳ガキはいい。
獅子奮
What
陣。
am I doing? Be smart.
10年早くどうだ。
Act from the rear.
かっこよか
I
った
mean,
だろ。
that I already forgot that rule. I already forgot that that's a thing. I already forgot. I mean, I forgot that fast. I already forgot that that's a thing. That's a thing, man. It's a thing. Like, holy rabolis, that's a thing. Like, how's
スタ
that
イ
a
リッシュ
thing?
に決めさせてもらうよ。
S-Shaw can probably count as getting behind all of them.
国に帰るんだな。思い出にはならないさ。
Oh, her weapon's not strong. Oh,
弱者の興味ない。
her move's not quite good enough to get behind. We got extra people to lay the smack down, and now you are in so much pain,
勝
Rabbit.
った
I'm so sorry, Usagi.
よし、また強くなった。
A dear friend of mine very much likes rabbits. Rabbits are adorable, and I don't like the idea of making my dear friends sad. Leave it at that. Alright, so the next objective is going to do a dungeon change to the reality distortion field. Where's my 38%, my 30% XP hanging out? Hanging out over here. I don't want it over there.
出発です
I
捕まえて標本にしようかな。
いざ尋常にってね。国に帰るんだな。かかってこい。
So all those times I was kind of upset about having S shot. It's like instead of coming from the front, I turned around. I was like, oh man, it felt like I was doing something funky. What I was actually doing was increasing the damage output.
許されるのか。
Not that it matters against most of these
この
enemies,
勝
but
負俺の勝ちだな。
5 XP. But I mean, that's also a part of the reason why I didn't notice it before. I mean,
そこですね。
I guess technically it's possible it was a thing in the Rebirth series as well. Because, I
タイ
mean,
マン張らせてもらうぜ。
いざ尋常に。
I've engaged in more fights in this than I did in any of the Rebirth games,
か
because,
かってこい。私の思い出にはなら
well,
ないさ。
not yet.
よし、
But
撃
I
破
mean,
どうだ。かっこ
you
よ
start
か
getting
った
towards
だ
the
ろ。
end, you get the symbol destroy, and you started getting destroy symbol plan and the destroy the symbol gains.
C 社だ。
Hit things with a symbol attack. It kills them outright, but you still get the rewards as if you fought them.
準備はしっかりしないとね。
And then you exploit that all the way to 999. Take the illegal hardwares. I mean, I would have liked another one of the thingamabobs as well, but good on you. I want to call back everybody from Alright. XP up, people. Drop rate at the moment I don't think matters, but XP up. I'm gonna take my 3 XP ups and an enemy change person. They're going to go right here. Okay. Now, my drop rates. Where did you come from? And wait. Oh, that's right. It's 30. Wait, what? I'll check on that in a second. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So one more drop rate down because it's a 15er. Chico Okazawi. You all get dumped in here. Alright. My XP up, guys. Right. 35%. I overlooked him. I would like to level up home security so he doesn't feel all left out anymore. Wow. Still. Hello there, Naruto the Beast. How are you doing? What's the requirement? 6 times without healing. I'm all over it. Once I get there.
押し通らせてもらうよ。
いざ尋常にってね。国に帰るんだな。
俺の番だな。よし、この勝負俺の勝ちだな。
そこですね。
Nice.
頑張ろうね。ワラビーのようにジャンプ。と
Yoi.
よっ。ジャンプ。ともしかして
Billy Salamander, I didn't mean to kill you, but gonna pick a fight.
体を鍛え、心を磨く。地味なよ。 油断したな。レッツパーティー KO さあ帰ってご飯にでもしようか。今なら
ワラビーのようにジャンプ。ワラビーのようにとジャンプ。
So rude of these things not to give me the loot I need.
油断したか。いざ尋常にってね。大当たりだ。さあ帰ってご飯にでもしようか。
Yay!
今なら10杯は
I
食べ
got
れそうだ。
it. Now any random fight will do for
スタイリッシュ
opening
に
up
行こう。
the
大
hidden
当たり
treasure of the
だ。
dungeon,
体を鍛え心を磨く。地味な
which will probably appear in the second area, so I may as well head that way.
ジャンプ。よっジャンプ。ワラビーのようによっと
先手必勝。
レッツ
一気にぶっ潰す。
前で見てろ。弱者の
獅子奮陣。
興味ない。
手間をかけさせこの勝負俺の勝ちだな。
ジャンプとワラビーのように
Got him.
いざ尋常にってね。国に帰るんだな。私は私たちは未来へと生きる。
Hidden treasure has appeared. There it is.
ジャンプ。ワラビーのようにジャンプ。ワラビーのようにとワラビーのようによっ
Eh?
と
Oh,
出せたよ。喧嘩
same thing like all of them always are. Boring.
出発です。
Uh-oh.
戦闘などスタイリッシュ
Maybe,
に行こ
maybe
う。
not so well.
私は思い出にはならない。私は光は我らと共に。
そこですね。
このくらいの怪我唾つけばなんとかなるって。
Alright, so people are about to go to bed, so a very quick AFK. I'll be right back. Alright, and I'm back. Very brief AFK. Alright, so now we try our luck against the dungeon changed monsters in here to add them to the enemy list. Alrighty, Naruto. Whoa!
悪いかは標本にしちゃうぞ。
いざ尋常にってね。
Look mean.
脳ガキはいい。
You have a lot of
か
health.
かってこい。
俺が全部終わらせる。手間をかけさせどうだかっこよかっただろ。
Thanks for that. It's good to be back. 27,000 XP. Ain't bad. That ain't bad at all. 27,000. Rabbits, man. These rabbits is where it was at.
パーティー。前で見てろ。背中は守る。
獅子奮陣。よしかっこよく決めてやったぜ。
Be creeped out in this dungeon. I'm liking this dungeon.
よっ
Alright, so what else is new in here?
先手必勝一気にぶっ潰す
Oh, this is a lot of rabbits.
前だけ見てろ。背中は守る。
さてドイツにしようか手間をかけさせやがって
Paralysis is another status effect. When your turn begins, your turn may end without being able to take action. Why is it coming up? I mean, I understand that she just procced paralysis on the enemy, but it's like the 6th enemy that she's done that to, so why is it only coming up now? Well, whatever. When you're paralyzed, it will display the status around the character and on their info at the bottom of the screen. You can use the item Parallaxin to heal paralysis.
標語にすればよかったかな
Ow.
大当たりだ。さて、剥ぎ取り剥ぎ取りと。
50,000 experience.
これぞまさに成長ってやつだね
回復ついでにご飯も食べれると嬉しいんだけどね。
Alright, so far the only thing I've fought is this guy and a rabbit. There's 4 types of enemies in here, so I gotta fight the bird thing still.
私は思い出にはならないさ。
俺が全部終わらせる手間をかけさせどうだかっこよかっただろよしレベルアップだ
Right, bird. Bird, get back here.
先手必勝
いざ
一気にぶっ
尋常に
潰
ってね。前だけ見てろ。背中は守る。弱者など私たちは未来へと生きる。
Ah, mech. Mech's the other thing in here. Excellent.
油断したな。スタイリッシュに行こうか。前だけ見てろ。背中は
俺が全部終わらせる
守る。許されるのか。
ネプネプしようバイバーイ鳥はやっぱり私じゃなきゃだよねワラビーのように
Robot! I'm coming for you, Robot.
一気に行くぞ。レッツパーティー。覚悟を決めろ。
俺の番だな10年早くこの勝負俺の勝ちだな
レベルなんて興味ないね。
Alright. There's a lot of birds in the other area. Stupid birds. Burr.
悪いから標本にしちゃうぞ
スタイリッシュに行こうか。覚悟を決めろ。
さてドイツにしようか10年早くどうだかっこよかっただろ
You know what? Rabbits is such a good XP. I'm gonna fight you before I go out anyway.
これも作戦でね。悪く思わないでくれよ。前だけ見てろ。背中は守る。
俺の番だな
許されるのか。
10年早いんだよ
なんてね
That might not count as from the back.
ま
It
だ
did
まだ
though.
鳥はやっぱり私じゃなきゃだよね
I worry far too much.
力がみなぎってくるようだ。
I think I'm going to spend an inordinate amount of time in a dungeon like that tomorrow night. Phone. Thank you for the heads up. How my scouts doing over here? Found anything exciting? Found lots of items. Look at that. So much money. The rest of you are useless.
ここに行くんだね。 出発です。
Still not a fan of the world movement system, even though I did just manage to make that long trek without any random
まだ
battles.
不慣れですが、一生懸命。休憩休憩っと。
Alright, scouts, what do we got? That's... Fantastic. Fantastic. Those for... Oh, other people are still out. I came back down here. Finally turned that in. Alright, so how am I doing on this? I'm up to 15 on the illegal hardware. Be making a dent in my quests. Find this guy eventually, I'm sure of it. One scout back? Are there other scouts? Or why is there only one scout coming back? I'll take it though, it's good ones. Interesting.
私は大丈夫。他の人を見てくれるかい？
For night, that's gonna have to be it. Usually end the streams around midnight, so... Ah, wrong screen. Hey, see there, I hit the right button. So it is midnight, which is when I try to end my streams every night. I'm going to be picking up right here tomorrow night. Same time as I always stream. I'm here 7 nights a week, every night starting at 7 p.m. EDT. Had a lot more fun tonight. Last night was just a weird day for me, so you know I was extra down. So the few things in the game that are disappointment to me are were really down on me yesterday.
The
but we
Adventurers Guild welcomes you.
Greetings to you, Naruto. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Hope to see you around some. But like I was saying, I stream every night starting at 7 p.m. EDT. I keep bumping my microphone. Plan's going to be to continue working out some of these quests if I can. Also, just grinding out some levels because I like to do that. Maybe pushing forward because I'm kind of thinking that there's still some more forward I can go before I go too far. So that'll be exciting, interesting. It'll be something different to do. Absolutely. See you tomorrow then. Sounds great, Naruto. As always, huge thanks to anyone and everyone who spends any amount of time here on the stream. It's awesome that you share your personal time just coming here to hang out and watch me play. I like interacting with the chat. It's fun having people to talk with. But it is getting late. I do need to call it a night. Need to get out of here. So it's totally time for me to leave with my traditional farewell. So until next time, bye bye.